Order supporter bill.
All right, we entered a trade. Let's see if I can change this. Okay. Go. Screen test. Why did it reset this? There. All right, so what we saw was we had this level of consolidation here, and it was basically the high of your area of consolidation back here. If you look right here, you can see that you kind of cut through almost to the high of these candles right here. I'm going to move this up just a little bit to be there. That gets you a little bit high there. So if we do like a range here, you can do across the low there, which is hitting the high of that wick as well. On this bottom part right here. So you got this, you've got this right in the middle. You're nailing this right in the middle, or right at the edge there at the top. A little bit of bounce here. You had this flat area here that was being respected on the third candle there, and then it broke it right here, purged that little bit of liquidity, leaving this one down here. So might want to go lower maybe, and this is just kind of like a push up to try to come down maybe. So I might be in this wrong. So I might close this out early as I think about it. But I'm just going to go and draw this out. There. And then let's see what happens here. If you look at my other chart, which is massive right now, I've got a lot of buying about at the top of this last candle right here, this area. Or at least I think it's buying. It could be selling, really. Selling off right here, probably. So I don't know. Maybe I get tight here. We'll just see how this pushes down right here. Most likely we'll try to erase this whole candle here. But it didn't gap up, it gapped down. So that tells me it's trying to go up. If it gaps up, it's trying to erase the candle because it starts above it and it just puts a red candle overlapping it. It's almost like a reverse orb. Doesn't mean it can't go down right here. I mean, typically they fail and they drop from right here as well. But the idea, I guess the mentality of it is that if you gap it up, they're trying to erase this candle. If they gap or try to get over some type of resistance, and basically if it comes down and closes that gap, then and it doesn't shoot back up, then it failed on that gap up, and so that's even worse, right? So it comes down either way. But when you gap down, you're trying to push it into liquidity, like breaking stop losses or orders or whatever, shorts, and then taking them for a ride to go up if you can catch some momentum. Respecting the high here, if it doesn't, since we have this wick right here, I'm just going to go ahead and put this there. So that way if I get stopped out, then I'm not really taking a loss. Because it's respecting this high right here. I imagine it's probably going to push back down right now. So let's do this. And we'll get in for a ride going down to see how far down it'll go. I imagine it can probably go all the way down. But I could be wrong. It could be super bullish right here. I do have sell orders right above this area, so I don't really think that it would go too high. And especially since you just spent a whole candle going up, it should spend this candle trying to go down. because it really didn't go past this candle over here to the left. It didn't go past the wick. This one just went underneath it really, and it closed underneath on both really so far. So now if it can go past this candle and close down here, then it's more bearish than it's bullish, right? But if it doesn't go past this low right here, then it's got less movement capabilities than the other. So I'm on a 4 minute, which I don't think I've ever been on before. So I'm just going to put this here. I'm going to switch over to a 1 minute there. And then I've got my 15 minute over to the right here. And you can see big erasing of this candle right here, overlapping wicks, big momentum to the downside right there. There you go. Now it's pushed all the way through here. So it's just a matter of whether or not it's going to close back inside this area right here or not. There you go. So I've been really jumping in on these big moves like this. I'm going to let that get me because I don't want to come back on me. I might go back a tick just to kind of give it the candle. Let's see if it'll push down a little bit further. I think I'm capped in at about 20 something, 26 ticks. That's 260. This is a paid account. Well, I passed this first level, so I get it to 3,000. I got a $2,000 drawdown. It's on a consistency rule too, so I got to keep trading. I got 7 days. I got to trade it. I just bought it last night. It's my first trade. I think it's a pretty good one to start off with. Just kind of gets everything going here. Typically, whenever I get to like a paid account or something like that, I tend to freeze up and do dumb shit. So I'm working on that. So it soaked back up right here, but not all the way up into this area. So still pretty bearish. I'd say might try to push up these wicks right here at 34.55. I trade gold, so I'm gonna put that up here. And let's see, font. I'll do 30. And then I don't like green letters like that, so we'll do white, bold. There you go. I'm just gonna lock that in. Oh, it's locked. Okay, cool. So look how it stopped right at the edge of these lines right here. Like I said, it's going to do a little bit of overlap. So you might see this turn around and come back down right after it does this little bit of overlap. Basically, it was a fail to get back in. So this is going to be your manipulation to grab contracts right here. You probably should see it start going down as we get closer to the end of the candle. Oh, it's a little bit higher than I thought it would. Oh, okay. See, trying to get this whole candle right here. 22 seconds. We just shut it down right there. If it stays underneath there and it closes, then it's most likely just going to dump. Basically have no liquidity up here, and you have none down here either. But I guess it just depends on, it seems like the stronger side is the bearish side, so the direction should be to the downside. And since it's closed red, I don't know if they consider that they try to push down the whole time on this candle, but they just try to go up and then stop. So that could be just wicking this candle, hitting that liquidity. They might try to get a little bit more of this other candle, since they, I guess you can call it a fair value gap or whatever. I don't really use that crap. But I do notice it, I guess you can say. So in bearish situations, you want to see this get covered up right here. And then once it covers it up, you should see it turn bearish and then come back down. Potential is to the downside. You can see clearly that it's got more of a bearish momentum, I guess you can say. the slope on it from the high to the low is so much greater. It's almost double. In this area where I'm at now, yeah, very little. The volume is very small in this area right now. Heavy. We've got an indicator that shows my cycle and then like a short cycle volume profile, and so you have them overlap so you can see like where new volume is coming in and old volume is outweighing, I guess you can say. And so they're trying to, oh, what's going on? Okay, I see you're going to try to go up here. So pretty bullish right here for this move right here. I mean, it did leave a long wick here, but it's still closed way outside this area right here. I don't really hold that as a bullish sentiment. I think that's, I mean, it could be, you know, if you take this bar right here, the very next bar, continuation, then yeah, it closed back inside here, and then this never existed, right? And this got shut down here. That got erased by that. So technically, the only candles you have left is none of this. So it's almost like it was bullish the whole time if it gets back up in this area. So if you look at it like this, or if you go from here, do this, it's probably more, yeah, it's probably more speed. The other one's too aggressive, I think. So like that, get rid of this. If it pushes back up in here and closes and finds support on top of this, then it's probably going to go for a ride up. And that probably would have been a good long, I guess you can say. You just manipulated the low, this bullish candle that got us up in this area, and all the wicks probably to the left here, or right at the edge. You respected the bottom of this previous move to the left over here. Can't see it, but it's over there. So from here, I go right to the edge of this box. Boom. And so that box shows me the low right here. So it's respecting all this over here, but it did take out all this right here. So you did have some liquidity here that I just took out. You do have a little bit more liquidity down here, I guess you can say. It did stop short of going to the high there. It is bouncing right here as well. So a little bit of consolidation area. I'm not touching this. I want to see it come back down. You got a 9-bar retest maybe coming. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Get some stronger trend lines going from down here. This seems like the proper line to take there. Yeah, I can still go with all that right there, I guess. So if I adjust this to be more in line with the other two, we're kind of looking at like this. Slightly less aggressive there, like that. So just, oh, sorry. Yeah, you know what, whatever. Let's do that. Okay. Head. Sound. do that one. Okay. So if we look at the bigger picture here, go to 4 hour here. This would be our previous high. What is this? 6, 2, 10. So this would have been our 100% here. That. If it come down and close below this right here, that would be taking that out. So we're kind of looking for a short from here, basically, and to come back and close in this area right here, which is 34,554. And these lines all look jumbly right here because I'm on a higher time frame, and this is all for shorter time frames. So we'll lock that there. 25% would be right in this area here, but I probably need to adjust this to there. I'm going to say that this is our high. Lock it there. I'm going to say this is our low here. Lock. All right. Just changing the colors here so I can see it on the fly. Do that as crimson. Okay, there. Now we can see our line. I can get rid of this junk here. Get rid of all this. These arrows. And we might just go up. Just be just going up. I don't know. So let's go back into a shorter time frame now. We've marked that. I know that we need to get to 34.55 if I want to have a shot at it, taking a short today. So I'm going to go to an hourly chart. Still looks like shit. All these damn lines everywhere. Most of that's the freaking grid for the move here. I don't know if I want that up there or not, but I might just mark the 25%. How about that? I'll just do that. So we'll go with box here, here. Extend. We'll go to week. There. All right. Then we can get rid of this. Let's do the bottom 25% of this as well, since we're here. And what I'll do is I'll just unlock this duplicate it, copy, paste, bring it down, and match it up with the 0% because it's going to be the exact same for the high. Oh, it should be. Doesn't look like it is though. Actually, there. And then here would be there. And then so 1, 2, green again. Then down here we'll do red. I don't know why it's on chocolate, honestly. Kind of an ugly color. Just doesn't even line up with this whole thing over here on hourly. That's 1 a.m. yesterday. They don't make any sense. Why is it? This is your high. 4 a.m. yesterday till today. Where did we start this morning? So you would say this is your high. Here. Look. Here. Look. I'll get rid of this. Okay. Okay. What is this line? What is this? Oh, an alert. What's wrong? It's supposed to be there. Gotta have that one. That's my alert one. This clearly made it back into that trend line. I don't need that. I don't need that. Trying to get rid of as much as possible. Okay, focus on trading now. Got an old target area up here, 34.81. Another one up here, 34.88. It's making a good stand right here. I mean, if it's bearish, I can't tell. This would have been a good chance for it to come down, pause down here, close underneath here, and then come back up, and then wick, and then dump. But now it's going to be a whole thing right here. So we're pretty much bullish then, because unless this thing comes all the way down, crashes all the way down right here to the underneath this red line, it's not going to come down, right? There's no point for it to come down. I mean, unless it's just, oscillating in between this area, but it's not coming to break this anytime soon. We're probably going to be like 34 bars in before it gets there. So let's go ahead and zoom into higher time frame or lower time frame. So you can see what we got going on. So we do have space here, a 15-minute, and then now you have the separate move right here. So this is your wick coming in, your candle coming in to retest this high, and it's failing to get up in here. So this would show weakness here. You might have another candle that manipulates to grab some more liquidity, but this might be like the end of it right there. So what we'll do is we'll just do this. And we'll just get rid of this. That was a good signal right there. It said dump, and it finally, it still manipulates whenever it says dump. First time, you always got to pull back going into it, but that's like 3 times, right? So it's kind of hard to see that, but you get one higher one, and that's usually your guy. Okay. But that's Iran's getting sanctions put on them again, and that's from the UK, not us. So that's encouraging that the rest of the world actually cares and does stuff. So this was the high of that consolidation right here, and it actually closed above it. So that's what started your move up. This looks like it's petering right here. Take a look at my other chart here. Do this. Let's get this one. This one's even more of a mess than the other one. All right, so this shows where the point of control for the volume is on this move going up right here. And so you can see like it's at 34.65 is going to be like your probably a hard stop. Probably going to see some bounce back. You already see the wick come really close to that at 34.64. And that's just under a high. If you look at my volume profile here on the right, the red is a shorter term and the blue is a longer term. So the full cycle is the blue. And so I've been studying this for the last, since yesterday really. So not a lot of confluence on whether or not what I'm about to say holds true, but typically if you just think about it, like on a shorter cycle, right, a retest cycle versus an accumulation or distribution cycle, right, your volume obviously is going to be shorter than the other. But if your volume is higher, that means that there's a lot of like current levels of support and resistance things being done. And so you can see here your current cycle volume right here, this movement right here is greater than the blue, which ends here. Well, I just updated, but so you can just move it right there. And then this just moved as well right here. And so you can see that from the first time it went up, it's or from way back there even, the volume is not as strong as the volume that is from current, current. Putting new sanctions on crypto, that might cause the market to dump right here. Order bill. Should be getting heavy Blue is all the way up to the top of your price action. When you look at this scale right here, I just entered a trade, by the way, short. When blue gets to the high here, that pretty much means that it's at equal weight here, and that this new current volume that's coming in probably is selling off. There could be some mixed buying right here, but it looks like it's getting pretty heavy. We haven't even made it to this higher level right here, and this next one's coming up. It got me. All right, so then we'll wait. Let's see how that pans out. Probably should have switched accounts. Now I think about it. So we got 13 minutes left on this candle. And it's the perfect time for this. So let me zoom into a smaller time frame so I can get a better idea of what's happening here. But we did get a higher in-betweener right here. So I mean, that typically is a good setup to dump right there. But let's look at another. Let's go to 1 minute. Okay, so we've got some reaccumulation going on here. That's what it looks like. It's trying to build up momentum to break out and go higher. So you're probably going to get another poke right here to the upside. I don't mind writing. It's a dead high though. There's nothing really in it for me there. So I've got another view over here. Still haven't finished this cycle. This one's got blue going higher. So it should have coming down. It's a retest. This could be setting up to go pretty long right here. I mean, perfect pullback for a recycle. I mean, for a new cycle on a bullish cycle. Basically came down like 100% from the start there. Respected the low, and now it's trying to go back up. If it can't break this high, basically, I really don't have anything unless it tries to break this high. I can anticipate that it's going to break the high, but you see it's kind of weak, gotten weak a little bit right here. But it's showing that it can break this high. Easy movement to the upside there. To the downside, it did go a little bit, but I think it's a little bit higher on the upside here. Maybe not. Well, as far as bodies go, it's definitely higher. This just edges it out on the bottom side a little bit. So this is gonna be your breakout. I'm gonna see if it will retest this candle. See if it'll poke it down and bounce again. Yeah, because it's not really my move. But it could be a breakout move. I can catch early going in, but I don't really want to be a breakout trader. This is my level. I just edged it out. Just grabbed liquidity here. If anything, it's probably short since it didn't make it past this high. I can put this in here. And put my stop like right there, but I want to give it the high of this candle, so I'll give it this. I just think that it's running as even though it's still closing up here higher. See, now it's going to come down. See if it'll get past this candle. We can close past this candle. You know, if we can actually carry it. I can put this in my hand. You're not seeing my trades. I'm sorry. Let me switch screens again. Share screen. All right. So there you go. And now it's moving down. So like I said, if we can get down below this guy right here, then that's showing that its potential to the downside is pretty strong. If it's going to respect this low, that's not going to be good for us because that means it's just going to come back up. So I'm going to go ahead and grab this just to see how it looks. there is a little bit of a gap in volume down there. It did just gap down. I'm going to put this here because I don't want it to come back up on me. I'll take that short profit. That was better than what I lost there. So back in there, this could bounce and go higher from here. I'm kind of skeptical. This is a much bigger candle going down right here, but it didn't break the low, and this one broke the high. So it is showing it's bullish, but it could be a double inside turn, which means that it fails to break the high, fails to break the low. So it failed to break the low, failed to break the high. That would mean it'd be a very big push to the downside. And so we'll see how this one candle ends up. So this is what we call a pain candle, but it didn't really get to the bottom of this right here. So this is what causes the test bar here, right? When you have a pain bar that manipulates the high, and you try to manipulate the low in the same set of moves or candles here, and failed, that sets it to be bullish, right? And so its goal is to run and break this high. But if it fails to break the high, again, that's going to be respecting it. Then it's going to be a double inside turn, which means it's going to be a really big dump to the downside. There it goes.
Order filled.
And it didn't even make it past the halfway point. So I don't know if it was just trying to, it's going to try to grab liquidity because it's weak right here, and it's going to try to go back up again. So it might be early on this. So you might see me close out of this. I don't want to see this go backwards. So I'm just going to go ahead and put my one tick away from the back of this candle. I might even just close it early if it doesn't see like something like that right there. I expect it to come back to try to push deeper, but also if it's trying to grab liquidity and run, then it's trying to test how high it can go. Okay, there we go. So I'm just going to go and put this right there. And now we're in there. I'm going to go ahead and center this. Sorry, center box in the middle of your NinjaTrader when you hit your chart options or settings. My auto trail already took in, so if we break this low right here, it's going to drag it some more. This is a low structure box right here. This could be a support. I hate to close this out early because it was such a good push down. Obviously shows how bearish it is right there, but I mean, it could have been a big pocket there. That is a structure for buying. I'm going to put it here since it pulled back and left that wick. It's such a small profit compared to what I could have got off of that.
Stop fill.
All right, so we'll just see how far this is going to go up. That is, let's see, where did it go down to? Looks like it went down to, I can't see the wick. I guess right here, where the sign is done. All right, so it did cover up most of this candle. That leaves it bullish on a higher time frame. Right there, I can draw a line there, like this. Right. Oh, can't see it. But at the end of this candle down here, it's basically playing off of this. This is your buying pocket, basically. It just rejected. That's a double inside turn if it does that. Shut it back down right here. Might try to grab liquidity right here. Did close green. It was a fail, basically, to go up. So unless it breaks this high, it's going to be another, probably a short. You got 37 seconds left. I'm only going to do one contract on these. I know we have two, but it's on a bigger account. This is a smaller account, so I got to be conscious of the $2,000 trail. So it should be up 8 ticks at minimum. You can take a look right here. I'm up 264, so it's a little bit more than 8 ticks, I guess. I like to pretend like it's super tight, so that way I don't really do stupid stuff. Got trailing wicks here, this, then over here, basically got the same thing. Don't really have anything bullish going on there, so some confluence there.
Order filled.
I'm going to short that there. Probably did it a little bit too early. Probably do wish it would have manipulated this high and then did it. Probably want to get out of this. There it goes. All right, let's hope that it doesn't break this high right here. I'm going to put it right there. And it might manipulate that high there and then push down.
Stop.
Okay. Well, I shouldn't have given it a little extra, but whatever. So this would have been your level there. If it turns red inside this area right here, I'll short it. I'm gonna wait for the candle to close though, unless it's like super bearish. They might try to pop it over this if they're really diehard about taking it up. It is kind of like a bullish liquidity grab move right there. This could slingshot it up right there. Now it's over this area. There, now it's over it. So didn't close above it, so it's going to do a retest here, but I might just grab a little bit of liquidity here and then turn around and go right back up. I mean, basically, it's closed there. Didn't make it to this guy. Wick showing the potential there. Didn't make it to the high there. I don't think it's detrimental. Like, I don't think that's the end of the road right here. I think 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I mean, you're past 4 candles here. This could be like your last grab here, or your last ditch manipulation candle. If it fails to close up here and closes back inside here again, then it's going to dump. Purple box shows you basically where it needs to pass. You got that one wick right there, but if it can pass and close above this, it'll be in there. But that looks like it is going to fail. So I'll make sure there's no pullback on this. They did gap it up there. It's back on top of that trend line. I could give it another shot there. Oh,
Order
well,
filled.
that was a very, I don't like that
Order
bar.
filled.
I got a break even on that. It was a very fast bar to induce selling, and that could be that gets grabbing liquidity and it's going to soak all the way back up and go. So let's just wait, because I think that this is probably going to be more like a buy. See, just grab that liquidity there, respected this one down here, right? So going up to grab the liquidity from up here, which you just gained from this candle here and these candles over here. 10 seconds, see where it closes. There you go, above this line. No? Pushing back down. Okay. Big push down. This might drop. Let's see if it pulls back and grabs. You should get a break above this candle right here. And then it's soaked back down, leaving a wick right here, like something like this. Okay, well, it's just going to bleed down. I don't think that's my guy. I don't think so. Where's my high for the day? Is it this? Daily start was down here. Yeah, so we're way up here high. So really just looking for fail here to push down. So once we get a third fail here, here's that push up to get this wick I'm talking about. Stop short of this candle. Here's going to be a manipulation candle there. If we can get in between this and that purple line and leave a wick there, that's going to be my short. And I'll take a low risk on it. It's high, this box right here, which is pretty set. Like that's pretty good. I'd like to see it in here. If we can get on par with these guys up here, that'd be amazing. That's touching the line right there. That's respecting this though. I don't know if I want that. I wanted to break it. 23 seconds. Basically, it would be saying it's a fail, but I can show that I did more. Like I really tried to go and break this high, but I couldn't. And this was as high as I got. So we'll see it here. 2 seconds. Okay, well, I respected it. And I don't know. This could be grabbing liquidity here because it did match it. So grab liquidity, one last stab right here to go up. Because respect means it tied, right? So not a fail, but not a win. Tied with the close of this high of this candle. So also not a win, but more of a tie. And then you got one last candle here. So if it can make it above this candle, it would still probably give you another candle here. Right, you see how it's clinging to this area and dipping into, this is the fair value area. It's this little line right here. There, right? And then, so bouncing off that support. If it doesn't close past this low, this candle here, it's bullish still. There's your pusher to the high. All right, now we just got to get up here above this candle. Here, I can get rid of this. Yeah, that's the guy right there. In betweener, above this. Your highs of this box over here. So really, technically, you need to get between this and this. There. So either it's going to blow through this and it's going to be bullish as hell and it's going to take off, which is what this whole move is for, right? Or it's going to fail, which it just did. It failed right there and it just wicked this higher than this last move there. I don't know if that counts. Tying the other one there. I guess that's fair.
Order filled.
Here we go. I'm just going to put it above this because if it goes above this, then it's bullish and we're going to go long instantly. Well, it could come all the way back down. So it could be like a sweep. This is probably what it is. It's going to be a sweep.
Order filled.
It's going to go up a lot, I think.
Filled.
There's your mark right there in between. Wish I would have stuck to that rule. But I swear it's got it right here. It's got it. It's got it. Here it comes. Come on. Don't dump down. It did just wick out there. It could dump down right here. In which I would reverse and go short. Really would be a perfect spot to short it right here.
Stop filled. Order filled.
I just shorted it. It's got to come down and pass this candle though, or else I got to get out of it again. I think it's got it. I think it's just going to be bullish. I hate flip-flopping. See, that didn't close in there. That should be a manipulation candle, and this should be dumping down. And that's respect right there, so it's probably going to blow through that because it's not going to stay that way. It's got to close underneath this candle here, red, and I don't see it in it. So I probably should just close this. Second, yep. And going. All right, so we should be making a plays moving up right here. FOMO should be kicking in right here. Because once you get up here and you don't come back down, it's going to be bullish breakout. There you go, bullish breakout. Here it comes. You're already at the high here. There's no reason to back off that. There you go, just broke it again. I mean, I knew it was bullish pattern here. I said it was, and I shouldn't have flip-flopped there. And that's one of my bad habits I got to take care of. I got to fix that. And I'm sorry for that. And that's embarrassing, but you know, everyone's got their issues there. Hopefully I'll make back what I lost in this move right here. I'm going to hold back on this here and let this air out. I will not watch it come back though, so I will put this up here if it looks like it's getting weak. But we got last 15 seconds here, so unless it starts dumping down right here, it should close up high enough to where it continues to go. Almost at the high of the previous run. This actually might short from here. Your yellow box here, your last previous high is up here. You just wicked above it barely. And this might be it. So I might need to go to a 15-minute and look at this. Yeah, so we just broke over it, right? If it comes back down and closes underneath this, then does like an in-betweener right here, then it's going to be a short. So we got a little bit of time on that. We'll do this one here. So you can see there's your guy. It's probably going to go up higher and come back down since it's so bullish. I know that it already did that. So now we've looked above it. We purged this area right here. Purged this area. And really no reason for it to come up here, but unless it's just going to try to air out and grab as much as it can and get rid of these, the bulls. But probably looking at a short in here. What you want to see is it leave this wick here, come back, and then put one in between this one and the high of this one. So if they made it a little bit more space here, see, now you're going to get manipulation here.
Order filled.
It's going to go higher here because it always does on a when it says dump here, it always manipulates this for some reason. So it just manipulated it by a little bit, but I think you're going to get more than that. So let's just see. It is a lot of resistance right there. That might kill it. And now I'm doing a breakout trade, right? I don't want to do that. I don't want to do a breakout trade.
Stop filled.
Okay, so then you're going to see it come back around right here. So you want to wait This is pushing into the high of this set right here. Just broke it. These are your two levels. Okay, just broke that. Like I said, you're going to see it come and do like this little, how do I do a path? This. Yeah. So you're going to see it do this. Something like that. If it's bullish. If it's not, you're going to see it break here. You can see a break here. This. So probably just want to be patient, wait, stay out of this. I do have a big trade coming though. This is really what I only should be trading is this. I'm afraid to look at this now. Yeah, it's red. How much? 132. That's not bad. So try to be more patient here and wait for the better trade. You want to see this candle end under so it can go sideways and then come back up. So you might start seeing some shorts here. So I probably could short this here. I mean,
Order filled.
I'll short this here. This is going to push, it should push down to try to go sideways to come back up. So we might be able to get definitely don't want to see this candle turn inside out. So I'll put my stop really tight. And there's your in-betweener right there. So I can get rid of this. Got rid of my pattern. Oh well. But you had a high here. Here's her. And then you had a higher high. And now you have a middle high, right? In-betweener. So, and it's going to short down. There she goes. Now, good support level here, bottom here, a bigger one there on this high, this last high. The level of consolidation, I guess your consolidation high or solid base of your consolidation sideways here, dip. $10 seconds. I'm going to go ahead and put this down. Put it down. .4. I don't know if you can hear that. I don't want to see this turn around, so. Get this down further.
Stop
Nope.
filled.
Okay. Now it's going to try to pause somewhere in here, go sideways a little bit. So eat up this candle and then come down again and then, or go sideways and, you know, retest this low, failing to go past this high, you know, something like that. Hey, thanks for tuning in. Sorry, I didn't see you there. What are you guys looking at today? What are you trading? I'm trading gold. Oh, okay. Well, it did push down pretty low there on that 15-minute candle. Now you're gonna have like a indecision candle here. So I want to chill out for 15 minutes because it's gonna be like a garbage candle to make it go sideways. So the way price action works is you want to make a move up. Oops. Let me see this one. You want to make a move up, come down, but you don't want to come right back up on the next candle. On the very next candle, you want to have space where your last candle stopped between where your last wick is. You want a space between that and your next wick, so that way it shows that there is a different move in another direction before you retest this area, right? So you give the bears a chance to push it down. You give the bulls a chance to push it back up. And so this should stop short of this high up here, push back down, then try to push back up. But it looks like it's just going to go and break this because that would make it just bullish then. If it doesn't, if it goes up here and just breaks this. No, 1 minute doesn't really matter as much. I mean, I guess you can show it on 1 minute. But that means that, on the 15, you're going to get another push down there. So it's just drawing this move out. Basically, we're going to spend the whole day right here pretty much in this area. So, we got 24 ticks from here to here, 36 ticks. Here's an in-betweener. If it does stop right here, nope, it's going to break for a new high. I don't know if I trust that. That's probably more like more or less where it's going to go. You get 3 ascending highs, but your low is staying down. You're going to get, or expanding as well, you're going to get a push down to erase your last bullish candle, which could be these 2 right here. So your target is probably going to be this guy underneath this blue box right here. And that's what's so great about these boxes is I don't really have to draw these lines. I'm drawing them so I can show you correlations to it.
Order filled.
And I'm a little bit late on that, but we'll see. It might retest this. Here's the volume profile on this. So a little bit of a gap here, lots of selling pressure right above this area, right there. That 67.4, is that right? Yeah. Right in that area. So I'm going to put this right here. Come on. Show me that you want to do it. Looked like it just tried to grab liquidity so it can come up here and push higher. I can get it out fast enough, sorry. So we're just going to wait for this to do another in-betweener right there. That should, I really wish it would go higher. Right here, you want it above this area. It's not quite where I need it. For me to short, I need to short it here. So, oh, that's right. Okay. It's grabbing liquidity in order to go up higher. It wants to hit this line up here. So really, if anything, I get a long in this area. And if you look at the last move down here, reaccumulation, dip, big push down, second retest to the low there, and then a launch, right? All right. So reaccumulation, that was a big push down. This could be the retest here if it's on, if you're looking at a shorter scale here, but I think this would be the deeper push down here, and then that would be your launch. Respecting that, well, I can't really say it's respecting that low. This one's a little bit lower than the other one, I think. But it's respecting the one to the left there. So basically a trident right here, one prong, deeper prong, higher prong, or in between prong or level in this case. That's the same thing basically. Tying is the same as being deeper, I guess, but respecting that level even though it's been broken already. So here you go, higher the box here and try to get up to this guy up here. That's our target. I'm going to put this here because I don't want to take a loss on that, but let's go and put a sell
Order
one.
submitted.
This would be our target. It's possible that might have to come down and grab liquidity, which I would hate for it to do. That said, I'm just going to go ahead and put this underneath it because if it comes down and unwinds this candle, I don't want to be in it. I know I'm playing it super tight, but I'm trying to get back what I lost there. And I know I could probably let it breathe and it would probably make out more money. Sorry, more better. Idiot. By the time it gets up here, it'll probably be about there. So if you did a Fibonacci, now this is probably going to get me,
Canceled.
because it didn't close past that high there. But probably still going to go. It's going to find support right here somewhere. Maybe even close down and just grab this liquidity, but with this area. I want to wait until I get closer to the end of the candle. I can also do a volume profile. Let me see. Let's do a volume profile on this area. Let's do one on this area. So 667. 667. I think it already hit it. 667 here. This is your big push area right here. So this is going to be the deeper push down. It plays right into that area. And then you probably got a buy going there. Or we should keep pushing for one whole bar instead of doing it halfway and out the other. Come on, push down. So my other chart, you can see the liquidity, like the heavier volume area. I did it on the last two 15-minute bars. Okay, 8 seconds. If it doesn't get it on this, then yeah, see, I was going to say it's going to get it on the third one. So if it gaps down, it'd be great. Could just buy up from here. It's really close to that. But let's see if it does to another push.
Order filled.
Okay, well, it induced me in, so we'll see. I don't know why it keeps doing that. It's irritating. could be in between move right there. Since it had a high, this is your high consolidation. You had a higher push there. This goes in between and comes back down and crushes this area right here. So I'm just going to put this
Top
here
bill.
because if it's going to dump, it'll do it like right here. You just purge this, right? You go and get in on
Order
this.
bill.
I'm going to put this right here. So you just purged this one to the left. This whole move right here is one candle. It just purged all this over to the left over here. This was your high. It got purged by this one. This was your other high. It's 3 highs in a row. Then it failed to get on these next 3 candles. This would be an in-between high right here. As long as it's above your level of consolidation, which is here, it's standing on top of. So if it can close underneath that, that would be a confirmation that it wants to dump. It didn't quite get there. I don't know if that means it's going to go up. Could come up into this area a little bit more. But I got low risk there, so I'll wait. And I'll get in again if it does it again. But it would be a perfect spot for it because it's really small and it would be hard to catch. Most people wouldn't see that. But you can't help people who are bullish, so this is going to get me, looks like.
Top bill.
Yeah, there it goes. So we'll just wait for another one to happen, which I think is going to happen. I mean, unless it's super bullish and it's just going to take off and run here, which I can see it kind of, but not really. Let's see. All right, push here. That could be the fail. Okay, there's your manipulation candle here. Now, if it just takes off and runs, it's still going to keep going up. But if it ends up closing back down inside here, that's so bullish right there. How much time you got on this candle? You got 1:41 left. So let's see what happens in this last candle. It might use the next candle to push it down underneath this. I don't like that it made a new high there. I don't like that it's green right there either. If it prints indecision or green right there and then fails to go higher, that's going to be the guy. Like it's showing that it's bullish but then fails on the next candle, like indecision right there. That's actually pretty good.
Order bill.
I'm going to put this right above this indecision candle. That should be perfect. This should stop underneath this line right here. Again, if it's bullish, it's going to get me, and I'll just be wrong, right? But if it is going to be bearish, this is the move right here. That would be the guy. I did say it was going to come back up and retest this area. I just didn't think it was going to do it this many times. So I do hate that for me and for you. Failing right here, 15 seconds. Continue to look like it's failing here. That'd be great. It starts to get really bullish in the last part of it. Try to shoot it over. Then its real intention is to go higher. Right? 2 seconds. Okay, so didn't go past the high of that candle. This is going to be your last manipulation candle here. It should stay below this wick right here. That'll give us our 3 candles there. Manipulation, lower, but higher than those, and then higher than that one in between her. Maintain. There you go. Big push. Now look at the line right there. Underneath the line right there. That's a good sign. You can stay under there. If it doesn't suck back up, that's going to be a good tail that's going to dump. 25 seconds though. It's a little early. So unless it decides to go deeper here. Show a little bit of a struggle or something. What we don't want is a long wick right here. We want it to be down. Yes. Committed. Yep. It's respecting that low right there though right now. It's going to pull back to see if it can go higher, maybe off of this liquidity. This is where you got to risk and you got to leave it here. You can't move it down. You got to let it come back and get you. And I don't like doing that. That's why I get out of these trades really quick. Try to be very protective of the profits there and try not to risk too long or leave too much exposure out there. But on this move right here, you got to let it come down and fail to break this high. And it might even come back around and try to do it again, you know. Right now it's expecting this low. I don't like that. I want it to break it. But we'll see what happens. Six seconds, 5 seconds, 3, 2, 1. All right, that was a fail to go higher there. Did pull a wick all the way up into the low of this area. High of your other wick, it failed to get past that. Your first high, it failed to get past that. So now it's got to go past the low of this candle. If it fails to go past the low of the candle, it could be a double inside turn here, and this could be a very big move to the upside. So got to be careful here. Now at this point in this stage of the game, if it does turn around and go inside out because it's failing to go down, like this can come and get me. But maybe he just wants to go higher here. Let's just give it, you still got to give it that shot. Let's just let it go and see if it can go higher. I mean, all of our reports today have been bad. Like, they haven't been really good. They've all been in the negative, so I don't really see why that would make this one to go higher. But, oh, what do I know? NVIDIA I do have on my other chart. Let's see. Blue and red are about equal. That means that probably a lot of shorting happening right now. Is NVIDIA on? Where's NVIDIA? Okay, well, NVIDIA is kind of like a straight bar, I guess. No? Oops. Huh. Down still. Value is at 34.18, which is way down there. So it's a good time for it to gather up some more strength to take a bigger bullish run up by the end of the day. I can try to make another run up right here. 6 seconds. Closes in underneath that line. We're bearish still. It did gap up above that line though to give it a shot to go up. Here it goes. Hopefully it gets shut down. Doesn't seem like there's a lot of volume sitting up here. We want to see it get shut down the previous high or in this area right here. I could do a point of control, which is right underneath the bar of where it's sitting right now. So the point of control is below it. So that's why it's got a chance to resurge right here in this area. I mean, if it stopped right there, it'd be great. Here's that second pullback that I was talking about. If it goes below this, that'll be good. So it just pulled me down a little bit. So that's good. That's your first actual positive move right there. So it's got to close down here, or else if it sucks back up, then it's very bullish, right? And it's going to try to make another run. It will most likely break my high if it does soak back up into this area. We want it to stay below these two white lines right here. I know I got lines everywhere, but that's just how I trade. So expand it out so you can see it. Low of this move right there, blue box is pretty much where your support is. It just hit it and closed exactly on it there. Boom. Now you got a gap up. It's going to try to soak up this camera or candle right here. Hopefully it's not too bullish right here. It doesn't come all the way back up, because I would hate to see this profit go away and stop me out. I do need to probably put this back below this, and it probably will. If it's coming all the way up here, it's probably going to get me. That's disheartening. It could have closed out on that, because I knew that it stopped right there and that it was going to be bullish. But if it respects this candle, if it does this right here, I'm just going to put this here, because if it does that, then if it comes back up and takes that, then it's more bullish than I want to be in anyways, right? And I can just get in at another spot up here. It should respect this with this amount of pullback on it, on that big move up with that candle. And then you got the low of this candle here. So I mean, technically you want it to stay down there. All right, reclose past the low of this candle. Great. Okay. We want to stay below this now. Anything soaking back up is more of like a liquidity grab. I can start getting rid of lines there. That's a good push right there. That's another good push there. That's another one. There you go. There we go. There you go. Keep going. So now this is where we got stopped last time, and it came back and got me right here, right? So we want to watch this. We want to make sure that, look at this rate of return right here, this ease of movement right here. This is a big load zone right here. So we need this to stay below this line. All right, so now my box is even with those. I can get rid of those lines. These confluence lines, and my box is even with those. All right, so it got me. Possibility that it comes back into this area. Let's see if we're green off of that. Should be. All right, 235 back to where we were. I've got a end of day trailing stop, so it doesn't really update until the end of the day. So now what we want to do is we want to find our level of consolidation as we go down. What's our trend line going down, and whether or not it's going to get broken. If it breaks it, then this is that pullback I'm talking about, that come back into this area, right? So we want to take that profit, let it come all the way back, because most likely we will come back to 90% of this area. So this gapped up right here, that typically is like a one-year ratio move or bullish move to try to let it launch, right? To grab this liquidity and then take it down, but not hit it head on, jump over it, pull it, push down, and then turn around and reverse it and take those people for a ride that want to short it up, which is really kind of a dick move. You ask me. So let's copy this. Let's put this down here. Okay. Let's do this. There. Could have done that earlier, I guess. Would have shown, what would it be if it was here? Something like this. Shows you that this was Excuse me. And my drink's not here. Just noticed that. Probably good long from right there. If you want to play both sides, I think it will come all the way up to 3468.8. So we can do
Order build.
I'm going to enter a trade right here. So we already have a lower low right there. This is most likely going to go up, try to hit this area here. Said you could take a long here, so just taking it to show you that you should have a move right here. It's not much, but if you're like a day trader and you're scalping, this would be like a scalper's trade right here. It did respect this level right here. It gives me another candle, but my pushing this candle here, so I might get out and then break it. There we go. We just broke it. Purple box is the high of the candle it needs to break. Okay, it just matched it. Might pull back since it matched it already. It hasn't broke it yet. There it goes. It just broke it. It might just go up here and get this. I don't know. It might pull back to give it liquidity to run up and get that. This is your high of consolidation. So it's got to at least break this box right here. So it just did that. It might stop here and just dump right here because it doesn't need to go any higher. So keep that in mind. 12 seconds. See how if it tries to remain steady. I hate when a candle gives up before the candle ends. I'd like to see it at least hit it and bounce. Okay, so it just gapped down. Okay, closing that gap. I'm going to put this right underneath this candle here because I'm looking for a short coming right now, and it's probably going to happen really soon.
Stop order build.
Probably should have waited. I'm going to put this above this candle because I don't want to see it go higher than this. If it does go higher than this, then I'm out of this trade. But that little trade up just gave me enough to risk this amount right here. And so we're only talking 10 ticks. And I made 15 or something like that. So it realistically shouldn't break the high of this because it's already broke the high. This should be a dump right here. And there you go. If it stays down here, that'd be great. So just to kind of put it into perspective, this was your consolidation high area here. And let's just say here. This was the level that had to be broken for it to show that it tried to go up a third time, right? It always comes in threes. And so you're going to have one in the middle that's higher, right? That's going to purge your liquidity. So there's no reason for this to go higher than this because there is no liquidity up here unless it's bullish and it just wants to take off and run. So it might make another high here in order to show that there is a level that it's broken here on a 3 candle basis right here. So you might get a purge of this candle here so that there is no liquidity here. And then you'll get a third one here that stops in between, right? That just respected this level. So this could be setting it up to break this high right here. Very possible grabbing liquidity at the bottom of this candle, turn around and go right back up, right? I'm going to put this here. I don't trust this move. I don't like that it respected this high. I'd rather just get in again. It comes up and breaks this. Hello. Thanks for watching. I'm trading gold. Um, Setting up for a big dump right here. Big drop. I need to look at the higher time frame, or at least clean up my chart here, so I can. Let me see. Drawings. Move all objects. That. Not all objects. Wish I could filter these. Here. Get rid of all the lines. There, that's a lot cleaner. All right, so where did the low go on this candle? I can't see. It went to the high of the box, so 34,668. 668. I didn't. Right here. Saying it went there. That's a 15 minutes. No, that's just this guy here. So this respected this here. And here's our move back up that I'm talking about. Because it wants to do like it wants to break this and then do like a third one or something like that. It could break that and then turn around and dump. That'd be weird, but it could do it because it is a break above this last candle here. I'm going to put my stop there so I can get a little bit more out of it. Because I mean, if it goes higher than that, I can just get another entry and it'd be no different than where I'm at right now. So I'm looking for a short. It's going to break this area here. This is the high. So realistically, your area for a short is in here. If it's respecting this low. If it's respecting this level right here. If it breaks the level, then it's just going to go higher. If you look at the volume, there is a lot more current volume right now than there is the blue. You can't see it. It's on the other chart. Here. And that typically means that there's the new volume is greater than the old volume. That could be to short it. I don't know. It's not offset enough for me to tell. But here we are. We're going into this area here. I'm looking for a short right here. I did say my target was the 34,688.8. We're about to hit it. We're inching into this area. That might be considered okay. But there you go. We just hit my 34.6.88. We gapped into this area. If it is bullish, it's going to break this. Okay, it just broke it. So now I'm going to bond because it should FOMO, right? Unless it really is going to try to sweep it and dump from here. But that doesn't make sense because it would have to come back around and retest this area again, I'm pretty sure. Because once you've swept the area and you've set up for this big 4-hour push down, you don't need to come back up and sweep it again. You just do like a stop lower and you go. It is possible, though, that this does that. Okay. So this looks like it's got some vigor to it. I'll risk that to see. If it pulls back inside and closes above this, then it's got a shot to run. I should get a higher in-betweener between this and the high.
Order filled.
I don't know if it's running down to grab liquidity to run back up, or if it's dumping from here. I don't like the position. I'm actually just going to put this here because I don't like the position. I know I'm making rash decisions there. I'm sorry. But I don't want to take any more loss than I have to. This looks like a liquidity grab.
Stop fill.
And so I should probably wait. Because it made a new high, I should wait for another fail to go in between. Now your area of a fail is here. And that looks like it's running.
Order filled.
God knows, I'm so late on it. I hate that. I'm not.
Order filled.
I'm getting out of that. I'll wait. I'm going to wait for this pullback. That was to induce sellers right there. I'm going to wait for this pullback into this area like I'm supposed to. Although it's got some vigor to it, and this could just be the dumping of the distribution. This could be like I'm done. I did this, I'm done. And so now I'm having fear of missing out, right? It hit my target. I didn't give it enough room to manipulate. It came back and closed negative. It should get a retest. It shouldn't just dump away, right? So let's see how high it goes. This didn't go past the high that low. Grab liquidity here, off of this block there, support. Each one of these blocks is a support and resistance area, right? So that's why it's paused here at the purple low, and this is, bounces off the green high there. If it gets more bearish, it can stop at the blue one here, and that would manipulate between these two right here, which would show you that it's trying to be bullish if it closes back up in this area. So we'll see. We want the push up to see up here to solidify that it's bearish and it's going to come down. I needed to come up and then close back underneath this line. I don't need it to close up here. I need it to close back under this line. And it very well might just be bullish, right? Because we said that in the beginning. And, it has been making new highs. Barely, though. I mean, we're talking 34 bars in and then a new high. That's not really screaming on bullish. It's just inching it in, really. On a 4-hour chart, we are just edged out the high. So we took that out. It would make sense for this to dump right here. Look, so it just barely missed this area that I'm talking about. I don't know if I like that. Indecision would be better if we give another shot up. I want to get closer to my box. So again, the target is 34,688. It needs to go above that. So about 34,69, 69.5. All right, so now we're up in this area. Here we go. This will be your push. I'm going to get ready to get in. That's hitting that exact same area that it was supposed to get to last time. There you go. Now we're higher. I don't know if that's high enough. We're higher. Oh, it's going up. Okay. So it's going to be a breakout. I'm not jumping in on this because it's been fading. When it gets up here, it fades. Runs out of steam, even though it looks like it's going to keep going forever. God knows. Bullish. All right. So we'll wait. Let's see for a pullback. It could soak all the way back down. This might get super bearish and dump right here. Nope. If it does it in the next 5 minutes, 4 minutes, it could. You got a minute 40. What is this? How much time do you have on this candle? 18 minutes, 3 minutes. Let's keep it down and get one more wick up here that if it does, I think, or it could just completely erase this. It's not showing that it's that way. You're going to get another retest in this area. If it does come all the way down and erases this candle, you get another one right here that just barely wicks into this area and then dumps. So the safer trade would be to wait for this to erase this, come down, close underneath this low. Come on now. Right there. What are you doing? There. Lock that in there. You want it to close under here, come and go sideways, and then come back up and just barely wig this area. And that would be everything that needs to happen for it to dump. This is a good push down. That's solid. That's what you want. Honestly, if I'm trading the right way, if I'm doing justice to myself, I'm waiting for this move like this. And I'm waiting for that retest here before I take this trade. So I'm not taking a trade like this right here. This is nothing compared to what I should be trying to get. I got to get my focus right here. So this did close back in this area. It's opposite of where I want it to be. I want it to be down here going up. It's in here, pushing down to try to probably turn around, go back up. I need it to come down deeper so that it can turn around and come up and fatigue out. Your trend line's here, so it should come up and you know, depending on how soon it does it, it can stop like right here and then dump. So on my other chart here, the insane amount of volume at 3465.4, which is still a ways away from us. And right at the low of where we're at right now, 3467.4, 67.4, right in this area here. This is where you're probably going to. This will be a double inside turn, so this is a pain bar, right? You manipulate the high here, but it's going to fail to break the low. It's going to make it bullish. It's going to come back up, and it's going to fail to break the high here, which is going to make it bearish again. And then it's going to dump. Long look here. Prefer just not to do that right there. Okay, so that brings you about the same height as that last one there. This could continue down from here if it's being efficient, but I don't like that because it's respecting this high. And it should be a space, no wicks, close down here, then a push up, not down, new candle, push up, and then down again. Yeah, here you go, space. I need another candle here, and then another candle to go up. I need some reprieve from this area. Or it's not helping. Okay, well that's one wick up. That's a reprieve from this area right here. So we're higher than this guy here. And we got 43 seconds. Where this fails, if it doesn't go all the way up, I'll take this short. If it doesn't short before it even stops the candle here, which is crazy. And then how many bars is this? This is 10 bars. So 9 bar retest here. Did come down pretty far. Closed back up inside. Didn't make it to there. So this is your manipulation candle, liquidity grab. 4 seconds left on this candle. Gotta watch out for the next candle. Yeah, gapped up there. So a little bit more manipulation to add to it. Could erase it from here. I'm going to jump in. I'm going to put this right above that. I wish I would have jumped in right when it was even with this right here. This is where I wanted to get in. I don't trust. I didn't trust. And with that kind of risk, I should have absolutely trusted. That's what I wanted. So I got to get better at that, you know. But now you see you got your 3 highs here. This one higher than this one. So you got this. And then what's really going on is you got this, which is far greater. Big move to the downside here. If it can stay below this candle, that'd be great. If it does try to soak up and start to come back up, I'll get out here and just grab another entry, because it probably most likely will put like a wick right here. You know, I could do this again, and I don't want that because it didn't close down past this candle here, but it did wick past it. So maybe that's enough. I don't know. This could be the manipulation candle, and it fails to manipulate, right? And then it turns around and goes up, you know, because it's so bullish, right? It can't get past this low, which is crazy if it can't. But this down push like this, and there'll be the second attempt coming down here, and it ricocheted up right here, but it didn't even go past the high of this candle, right? And we've already made it back down below this candle and grab liquidity underneath it. So your distance from here to here is deeper. Didn't I just draw that at an angle going down? So weird. So we'll get rid of that. This is where your strong volume is. So it's got to barrel through this right here and get on the other side of that for it to be bearish. Otherwise, it's going to bounce right here, and it's going to take us right back up again. And the end of the 4M candle is nowhere near in sight. What time is it now? 10:48. What do we have for news here? 12 minutes. We got the KC Fed composite manufacturing and 4-week bill. Well, KC Fed composite index and the manufacturing index. Composite was +1. KC Fed was -3. Maybe that was last week. So we'll see if it goes opposite of that. We are getting a push down here where it respected it right here before it sent it back up. And it looks like a triple respect there if it holds this. Oh, break through it. Close down there. It's kind of like a liquidity grab if it doesn't close down there. So I hate taking all these short trades. Look at how big that move was right there, how strong that move was to go up to that area right there. That was crazy. If it holds, I'd be so impressed. I mean, just shot up like a rocket. Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna wait, see where this is gonna go. I mean, it really did it all. It shot up there like a freaking rocket launcher, and then just gave up instantly. Like, that's insane. Like, it doesn't make sense to me. Now I'm hesitant on where I should get in at. With that kind of momentum to the upside there, that really sketches me out. You can't get past this low. You haven't gotten past this low. All right, so we got 10 minutes still on that. Let's look at this from a higher time frame here. These drawings. Objects. Get rid of these lines. Clean things up there a little bit. No, didn't really. This shit here. Need to keep that on though. this. Where is my point of control here? Just under where we're at right now, but let's look at these. 34682, 34682. We just left it. It's right. We're sitting right on top of it. It's this area right here. Your volume level of strength is where its strongest is moving on your two most recent bars. It's right here. So wedging down, wedging down, wedging down, not able to close lower, popping out right here. Probably gonna have an explosive up. It's getting shut down as it hits this trend line. Could be a big M pattern here, right? Big M. So another move to kind of cap this. So do this. Prepare for it. And so basically it's saying right on this trend, right in this area right here, at the end of this box. So we go like this. To get to here. We want to see it fail. Look at a 4 hour. I need to keep joggling back between these two because it's too tight. All right, so let's look at this big picture. Just straight channel up. Looks like it's kind of code for it. Honestly, how many bars is this? From here to here, it's 23 bars. So on a 26, so 3 more bars. Oh, it's going to take a long time to do that. Might not see it go down. Might see it complete this. All right, let's look at an hour. Where's this? This. It's 39. 34 was here, right? So if I go back one, 34, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9. So probably bullish for the next 2 hours then. Let's go ahead and count that. say, let's do a vertical. Actually, we can just do it this way. Average about ends, and that would be starting it on the next candle, which would be 11 o'clock to 12 o'clock. So 11 to 12, 12 to 1. So 1 o'clock will be so we had a wipe. Another attempt up here. This is eyes here. That would be everything it needs for that. It's going to end in a minute and 23. It's going to start cascading down. So let's look 5 minute. So candle. 48 seconds. This is where it's at. So what has happened in this move right here? We are wedging it to the upside here, squeezing out right there. 13 seconds. It's failing to get higher. So you're going to close even with this. Expecting this, but not that one. NDM is up. NNDM. I got 7 option calls on that, and it's up 13 cents. I mean, it's still good. It's $100 almost. Indecision here. So yeah, plays as a neutral, runs up. This was the previous high. This would be a fail. It's rounding out here, rounding off, coming down. Minutes, 13 seconds. It's going to try to push from here. Take a risk there. It spent time trying to go up on this last candle and it failed, so it's going to spend time on this candle going down. We got 3 minutes and 55 seconds left. It could be just grabbing liquidity, so got to be careful there. I'm going to watch the bounce momentum here. You know, like grab the wrong one. So incrementally moving up this much right here at a time, it's not really bullish. Speed is not really bullish. every 5 seconds, it's incrementally going up like that. The amount of push down is far greater. It's just kind of stagnating because it's hitting a wall, but it could be chipping away at that. It's not like it's chipping away at the high here trying to go up. It's chipping away at the low trying to go down. 3 minutes left in this candle. I don't want to see it turn inside out, so I'm just going to go ahead and be aggressive and move this to here, 4690. Because the idea is that it's chipping away here, it's bouncing and containing it, and then pushing it back down, grabbing liquidity from this move like this. If it needs to come all the way back up here and go negative in order to come back down, I don't know if that's really what I want. Yeah, I'm just gonna, not breaking the low of this previous candle, minute 52 seconds. Still got plenty of time, but it's not really making headway. It had to come all the way back up. It didn't go negative on me, but it came all the way back to zero. And I don't see, it did it again. That's not really, now it just went negative. Not really telling me that it's able to go down. So if anything, we're going to get into the push up here. Lots of recent order activity in this area, but not a lot of blue order activity, which longer cycle volume profile is weaker than the current cycle, which means that you got probably a lot of bulls trying to go long right here for some reason, and a lot of bears just squashing them down. So which makes for a lot of activity in this area, which is why you got all these wicks. The point of control is right beneath us at 68.9. The value area is at 69.5 and 66.5. Your point of control would be, like I just said, right there at 68.5. 68.5 is here. So if I just adjust this line right there, that's your point of control. Your value is 69.5. So if I control, oops, right there. So it hit it, and then you see it pushing. Now it's closed. It's pushing down. It still hasn't made headway there. I'll jump in here in hopes that this will actually carry down. Could be grabbing liquidity here. That's kind of dumb for me because it didn't close down there. But I hate jumping in and out of these because I want to take the bigger trade, but it's not. This could be the reprieve here, and then it sets up for the bigger trade. So we'll see if it continues to push here or not. I mean, we got this big block here that tried to go up on it, didn't. So you did have this one wick that's lower than the other one here, so you might see something like this, right? And then it dumps down. I did say that I was waiting for this to come across here. You're probably going to see, so what are we looking at? We've got price action. If this was a cycle box, which it is, but I mean, You got price action going level here, and then closing below. So if it does close below, showing that it can, then it's going to try to run back up, fail, and then dump down. So you might see something like this, or you might see something like this. Either way, it's a fail no matter what it's inside this area. Get rid of small lines. This says, I should have shorted it right there. But we'll see. I think we're going to get another push up here. We just manipulate the low. Fails to get back inside here. That would be like a epic fail, I guess, or tremendous fail. No change in character as far as volume goes so far. It is inching down further than it has been. I think it releases if it gets past this point. One minute, 53 seconds. I look at it on 1 minute. 1 minute, it did go higher here. Yeah, look at it, gap down. A little bit of this, rejected off of it. So this could be the dump right here, and I'm just so late on it. I'd like to see it come up and retest this area. But if it's super bearish right there and it's rejecting that line right there, then, I mean, that's just as good as what I want from up there. Failed to get back inside here. Still printing inside here. I guess that bought us some more time inside here. Here's your reprieve here. So anything up in this area is a fail. Just depends on how far they want to take it. I assume that they probably want to take it all the way up to the 68.5, 0.9. We've got this decision candle here. And even that shows that it's a fail. Get back inside here. So this was higher. Okay, it is higher. Okay. I don't know if I trust that. I mean, it is rejecting off this area. That is a strong push to the downside right there. So pull back into it or retest this candle. If it gets rejected again, okay, I'm in. Run with that. It keeps jolting down. Watching now, it's going to get bullish. Shit's going to piss me off. Look how now it's acting like it wants to come back in. Look at it. I should have waited. Okay.
Stop fill.
I'm going to wait for it to come back up. That's my bad. It got me. I should have waited. I got to get more solid on what I want and stick to it. I want a fail in this area up here. Actually, I want it way up there. I just don't think it has it in it from down here, though. But I could be wrong. It's pretty bullish right here.
Order fill.
I'm going to ride this up and see how far it'll go. So on a 1 minute chart from there, here. $25 bars. 6, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34. something like here. Nine seconds. It should jump. It jumps up. There you go. Even with that right there, that buys us another candle. Grabs liquidity here. It's not a fail candle. It didn't leave a wick up here. It stopped even with this last candle. So it really obtained what it needed to do here with the plus bars. So grabbing liquidity on this would be the proper thing to do. Try to take it up higher. Fails to go higher than this candle, then that's just a whole nother thing. This erases this candle. It should stop even with it. So we'll see. If it's bullish, then it should break over it like this. Like this. 12 seconds, break it. Wow. Three seconds. Pushing down, grab liquidity. Doesn't break this high. I'm just gonna get out.
Stop build.
This could be a fail. Guess it whipped up and it didn't make it to the high. Whipped up with it on that red candle, then shot down close below the wick, showing that it was more bearish. Grabbing liquidity here. Goes. That should be it. That should be a dump down from here. That was a give up. That wasn't like I'm trying to induce sellers. That was I give up. Give up, and it came running down. This runs all the way back up, then because it didn't close below this candle here, so it is trying to say it's bullish. Double inside turn here. I could be in trouble here. It's hard to process all this at the same time. All right, so let's get out again, because it's not. It's saying it wants to dump down, but it's not closing like it wants to dump down. If it wanted to dump down, it would have closed below this candle or even to it, but it didn't. So double inside turn here, failed to get high, failed to get low. This could be a very bullish move to the upside. And I'll buy it. Right there. Failed to get past the high of that candle. Triple inside turn. This would be like what you call like an N pattern or M pattern, maybe M pattern. The other one was an N pattern. N pattern would have been bullish from where we were from this low. M pattern would be bearish as it comes down low right here, showing that it's got strength to the downside. So finally did something right there. If it can stay down here, close, you got 15 seconds. If it doesn't soak all the way back up, because that's probably what it'll do. I don't like jumping in and out. I need to find a better way. I've been searching to try to find a way to find these faster and more efficiently without jumping in and out of these trades, but it's just been getting me. They end up paying off, but I just take a beating because they reverse so much. It's hard to, and without risking a lot. Like if I risked all the way up there at the top and took it from up there and just left it up there, then I'd be fine. But I'd be risking so much, and I'm not confident enough to take that kind of risk on that. So that's why I play them short. That's why I'm jumping in and out so much. I prefer not to jump in and out, but So I was right. Here you go. This is our dump down. This is a level of support down here. Okay, we just pushed through it, so we should probably just continue to go from there. There is a liquidity spot right here, which I'm not going to let it have. Not on my dollar. Gapping down here, if it continues to push down, great. Otherwise, it'd be trying to turn this candle inside out. Don't want. But this should be like full on distribution mode. Like I'm dropping shares right now. Full on dropping shares. This line right here should stop it. This is the last high of the last move up right here. So this should be like a hard stop right here. I'm gonna put this here because I don't want to be in it if it comes back this way. Yeah, so right here. Should be green. I really don't want to be in it if it goes higher than this. It should be rejecting off this area, but it doesn't mean it can't manipulate this area, but it would be better if it rejected off this area, showing that there's like a hard stop here. There is no give, and that they're just dumping it from here. 15 seconds, if I can maintain this, this will be perfect. Push below this. There you go. 5 seconds. I don't like they didn't close below this candle here, so it gives it a shot to run up here on this candle next to it. And it did so good on hard stopping this right here to give it up right here and not close below this wick right here. It gives this a chance to run up again, which I don't like that. It should just be more assertive. I want it to be continuously dumping here for the next 9 candles and expanding on these candles, not shrinking. So we're probably going to get a green candle here if it doesn't close below this. It's going to come up and probably stop me out, and then I can get in again, which I don't want. 5 seconds. It's got to close below this. 64.9. There you go. There you go. And then this happens. When it does that, see what happens? That's why I said it had to close below this, because if it does, then it just releases and you get this big push away from this area, which is great. That's what we want. So I'm going to switch to a higher time frame. I'm going to put this above this last wick over here. Okay, it's going to drag me down. All right, so now we're on a 5 minute, and here's my last box over here, so you can see, this is where this box is your last level of support, which is bouncing off of right now. And then the next one underneath that, which you have the high of this other box behind it, which is here. And then this guy here. And then this one basically here. All right. So as long as we keep pushing into those areas, we should be good. You hear that over and over again. It's great. I think we found our move. Definitely green now. Look at this here. 436. We should hit 1,000 if it doesn't pull back too hard. I did have a little bit of negative there. It was like 133.40 because I've been in and out of these trades like that. And with my kind of trading, until I get perfected on finding this entry, you're going to see those kind of like negatives. That's why I went with the end of day trailing stop, because that gives me till the end of the day to get what I'm going to get, or just solidify what my loss is going to be, but to not have to worry about it moving up and down and encroaching where I'm at for the day before I'm done trading. Like, let me get my rhythm, let me get in it, let me find my trade and get in it, and then capitalize on it and then be done. But don't encroach on me while I'm trying to find it. Like, I'm not that good. All right, so if you're worried, or if you're wondering how I trade, or what style I've taught myself how to trade, but for like the first 2 years, and then I looked at Wyckoff methodology to understand price action, and then talk logically about what I saw the market's going to get me.
Stop build.
All right, so we'll take 344. That wasn't exactly what I wanted, but let me go down to a smaller time frame and look what this is going to do, because if it comes back into this area and stops and wicks in here, I'll probably short it. So let's see how strong it is coming into this. $344 isn't really what I wanted. I wanted 1,000. And I normally trade this with 2 contracts, so I have one runner and one, I could take one out right there, and then I have one runner that's back here. But with this move, it comes all the way back like that, and I always end up losing that one. So I don't like that. So this could be that move. So we'll just see where that takes us. Basically, your point of control is at the back of this drop right here, which we don't want to be at. So we want a level of consistent, like it rejected this area right here, which is a really strong area here. And so we want to maintain that there. All right, so 3463.8. We want to maintain that. We're inside this box right here. And so if we break out of this box and we wick and come back and close back inside this box, we're bearish, right? But if we wick and close, or we close up here inside this area up here, then we're probably bullish. If we get above this area and close, we're even more bullish. So the best scenario would be for this to come in here and wick this, and then close back inside this box. Not on top of it, inside of it. So we got like kind of like a whiplash area of 10 ticks, 0.5 ticks, so 5 ticks. This is showing higher than that last one there. If that holds, I don't know if that'll hold. You got 45 seconds, so you have plenty of candle here for it to go up. Just drop down 3 ticks right there in one go. So more bearish there. It's fighting to try to push it up right here. This might just dump from here. That flat indecision could be a catalyst for it to drop.
Order build.
Okay. Bye-bye. I'll put this right above this box here. It could be trying to grab liquidity here to get into this area right here for some reason, because it would have more push. So I don't put that past it. Didn't close low enough there. I think my risk there is about 10.1. So 11, 12, maybe 12. Yeah, I should have waited for it to come up and do what I asked or said. I know that that's inducing me to get in, right? Got to work on that as well. So I mean, there's just a lot of different levels of psychology that this thing can mess with you with, and at least understanding that they're there is a start.
Stop build.
All right, so here we go. We're gonna get in this area. We're gonna wick and close back down. Do that, then it's probably our guy. If it pushes all the way up, then it's gonna go to the next area. So he closed in this area. Oh, like that. If it did gap up, it could try to erase this candle, but it would need to close below this candle. And I don't know if I want to wait to get in down there. It's crazy. So probably going to go up higher than I want. It's probably going to come back into this area over here where these two boxes are overlapped. And so we're probably looking this area right here between these two. 65.5 and 65.1. Like it's pushing down over here. It's going to try to erase it. So showing more bearish there, but not completely. So you still left a little bit of a green candle. If it rejects off the top of this box and then closes back down below this candle, that would make it bearish. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. "21 seconds. "8 seconds. Respect." Okay, just crack the low of that last candle there. You're going to see a retrace here. It's 8. In its current state, if it closed like that, it would be bearish or bullish, and it'd go back up after it grabbed liquidity on this candle. So you're going to get a retest right here on 9. This is going to be a double like this. Bullish bounce. Flat indecision here. That usually gives it, spurs it to go up. It's going to run up. Here's your grab of liquidity. There. Last 30 seconds. Pulls back up. Tries to push up for the rest of the candle. Or it closes underneath. It closes underneath bearish.
Order fill.
I'm buying this long. 1 second left. Underneath the box. Popping to the upside here. We should at least get back up to this area here. I mean, if it's super bearish and it pushes down, I guess that works. But we look at your volume. It's not really a big volume area. It's degrading right here going down. 14 seconds.
Stop build. Order build.
We shorten. You're going to continue to move down. Cool. We're in new territory now. This should pop, should dump down right here. There should be like a release, a level of release. There's not a lot of volume pockets here. It's degrading, so if anything, it should dump, unless this is like a sweep. And it's still closed below this low right here, showing that it's more bearish. It broke this low and closed underneath it. It should be grabbing liquidity and dumping. This could be one of those things where it pops and comes back up and then fails up here and then dumps down. If it does that. Hello. Trading gold. I don't know if you're the same person who keeps popping in, but you could say hey. We had a big move here, took that trade right there, got that. It's been consolidating right here. I'm trying to decide whether it's going to try to make a deeper run up before it dumps. And it kind of looks like it's setting up like it just sweep liquidity here, but it closed outside there, so it's kind of got me confused. Like, is it bearish or is it bullish? Because it shouldn't close underneath there. If it's bearish, or if it's bullish, it shouldn't close underneath there. So it's just going to be grabbing liquidity here and then dumping and erasing this candle right here next to it. But we'll see what happens here. I got my stop pretty tight here because if it does break out here, it'll end up launching all the way back up to retest that high. We got a big inefficiency here on a 15-minute chart going up. So yeah, I think we're going to go up from here. I don't think there's a reason for it to come down from here anymore. If it can get past this candle.
Stop
All
build.
right, yep. And we're going to be going up. I want to see how this 24 plays out. If it gets a little bit more vigor to this movement going up right here, I'll take it, but we still got a lot of resistance right above us. It's got to get through. Without some momentum, it's not going to do it. I do like that small indecision candle right there, though. That usually is a buy trigger for me at a low. I just want to make sure it gets past this wick of this candle. Let's see if it retests here to grab a little liquidity. Stopping below that long green box there. These are moving resistance areas. So it's natural for it to stop there. If you can go down to the blue one, that would be more like a liquidity grab. A better liquidity grab, I guess you can say, and then soak back up to where it's at right now. That would be more on par with a bigger move, I think. If it really wants to get up, the white box at the top is going to be your target. If we do decide to get in this, and I got my finger pushed down on it right now, so I'm just trying to decide if it's going to pull back and grab this liquidity like I think it is. You got 7 seconds here, so if it stops here, it most likely probably will do it on the next one because you got that little bit of inefficiency there. They could just pop down and grab that, and that would be like a fair value gap, right? It would make sense, even though you can kind of say that it did it on that indecision candle, but it didn't go anywhere. The indecision candle could just be like a pause for it to be able to set this up for it to do it and create that inefficiency, right? So we're going to see for it to pull down into that area, which would be the purple box, right? We're looking for it to kind of pretty much stop there, or the underneath and hit that blue. So let's see how far down it goes. Got 21 seconds left. So it's respecting the candle to the left right now. don't really like that. I don't really consider that. You're not grabbing anything there because there's nothing there. You got to get underneath that to grab something. So we'll see if this pops down at the last part or gaps down. Nope, didn't gap down, respected it. Could break it right here, I guess. Could be a double inside turn. So it means like it failed to break the low, failed to break the high. So like an orb trade, basically. So if it closes outside one way or the other, it's the direction it's going to go. Don't really like it taking off right here without grabbing the liquidity below this candle. If it really wants to go up, it looks like it's trying to respect the high of this wick, the doji candle right there to the left, which is also bouncing off the bottom of that green resistance box, which is basically sharing that purple line. Again, just waiting for it to come down and manipulate this low. It might use this to say, you know, you can't go higher and then just dumps, which is really unlikely for it because that doesn't seem like a move that it would do. It's so subtle. It would really kind of overextend this area, then pull back down hard and turn red. So like put a wick way up to where that red line is and then dump down and close underneath this green candle. That would be more of like a, I'm done with this move going up and I'm dumping, right? So just my thoughts. That green candle didn't close as high as that red candle. So weak there, double inside turn. Again, this red candle is not really making moves. So it could be pulling up here. And you might just get a burst of energy right here because it did that double inside turn and then it reversed again and now it's higher, right? Let me see if I got a volume profile to the right here. Let's see if it's spiking. It is spiking in this area more than average on the current move, and it just moved up. So it just moved the average higher. I want to see if it pulls. Nope, it's just going to take off without me. I don't want to get in here because I got this guy right here. I want to see this dip into this liquidity. So this could be a test run up to see how high it can go. If it can break this high, then it pulls back and grabs this liquidity, and then it takes off and runs. So you're probably going to see something like, you know, like this. Maybe even do this with a wick, come back down, hit this down here, and then turn around and, you know, come back up, and then launch to get up to this wide area up here. So there you go. You got to wick up into the high of this area. Now you got to push down, showing us that it can get above this area. I'm going to see it grab this liquidity down here. Another orb gapped it into the middle here. Just loves putting it in this little area right here for some reason. I need it to go below this line. I don't think grabbing liquidity underneath this little candle is enough. So failing to break this high, I did wick into that area. I mean, this could be a start of a short, and I could be wrong, and this could be the dump down right here, because you have a high here. There, a higher high here, and then in betweener here, right? And then it just did a doji right there, so that's not the best situation to be in. I know I was looking for a long, but I'm seeing this reverse here, and I also got one here as well. So technically, we're at it really is a double inside turn between the two sides. I've got one here, here, and then here. So really, we are really at a standstill between the two sides. if this wants to go up, it does need to push down into this area. So either way, it kind of needs to kind of go down here, which it did already, right? So I think this is nope, it didn't. It has stopped right here. I don't know if that considers that enough. It's respecting that low. I don't know if that's good enough for it. If it does enough of these double inside turns, whichever way it ends up popping and closing outside of here, it's probably going to run. So if it comes down here, it needs to soak back up real quick. If it goes up here, it needs to soak back down real quick for it to go in the opposite direction of where it's going. But if it closes out here, it's probably just going to run. So yeah, it's trying to grab liquidity and you can't. So trying to run up and break those stop losses and then trying to run back down to break this again. It's basically respecting it at three across these three candles right here. Not really going anywhere. I don't want to be in it again as it goes up. I want to see this manipulate this low right here and then go up. Or epically fail right here and then turn around and grab this liquidity and probably just keep running down. I think here breaks above this low, this high right here. It'd be grabbing liquidity, possibly, then could be dumping down. But if it gets up here and closes up here, then I'm stuck with this negative, and I don't want that. I think the better thing to do would be to pushing down. Come on, do it. Look right here. So it gapped it down into this area. It doesn't want to commit to the downside yet. It grows break even on that, I think. I think that it's in that explosive range right here. And this is going to launch now.
Order filled.
It's not acting like it's explosive. Where is my drawing? So down. Now past that. It's going to go up. And this candle closes. What is it? Yeah, right here. This candle should be going up. This 15-minute candle should be moving up because it failed to go down on this test. It could grab liquidity here and then go. So it's showing that it's more bullish, I guess you can say, as it pulls gap down and pulled back up and closed inside here. But didn't close above this, so naturally you grab a liquidity on this candle here and either it reverses, changes colors, or it does it on the next candle. But here you go. Now I closed out blue there. So you should be pushing to the upside here as you get free and clear of this mess. It's got to get past this high of the purple box. Just past the high of this consolidation area right here. So it might pause here, then pull back to it to find support and then go. So this might look more like this. You know, it might not be as like high. It might be more like that. This was more like this. This was more like that. All right, so they're almost to the high of that right there. So this gives it a reason for it to pull back to find support on top of this area right here. That's what this would be right here. You can look at the change in character of the candles here. I mean, really dicey. They get things like holding this line right here, gaps it underneath it, and then it was like, oh no, like you didn't let me get down there. You threw me down there. No, I'm going the other way. Boom. You know, doesn't hit the high there. Could give probable cause, but why would it close bullish as hell like that if it didn't have it to go? So grabbing liquidity here, giving opportunity for it to push down to find support. Boom, finds it right there. Stopped exactly where I said it would. Might grab liquidity with this candle, for the final go. The power of that move would be 62.2 right here is your power. So if it can't make it past this here, it comes down to this, and then it goes up. If it does it without breaking the high of this consolidation, even better. All right, so it broke it. It's got to close up there. Yeah, this indecision candle should have been mine. Should have jumped in on that. But then I would get stuck in all this mess right here. Nope, I wouldn't have lasted in that. Too protective of that. Back up $100 now. Like I said, I flip flop a lot until I find the move. I'm waiting for this move to happen. And so if it's a consolidating day, it's going to mess up my move, right? It's just going to bounce between these two areas. So on a 15-minute, I should mark this low. This. Say this is some three line. Say all charts. Template, save, default, okay. And say sell zone is applying, because it could very well, consolidating day would mean that it just bounces between these two areas, just barely missing it and dumping off, or just hitting it and dumping off and respecting it, or stealing it and dumping off, but just barely making it over. So we'll say that. What was this time? 9:15. Could probably move one down there. What's this one? 6:15. Liquidity. Pocket. Here. A little bit of liquidity grab there. If you look at the trend there, I got my red line there, and I kind of wicked right underneath it, just barely. It was the high volume areas right here, I think, is that red line. So again, grabbing liquidity on this trend line, you could say that it's going to hold this channel for a trend for liquidity grabbing. It's going to hold this channel. And after it's built this channel, then it'll probably break that as well. And then it'll use that to kind of take it higher. And each time it does that, it's basically solidifying. If it pulls back inside the channel or higher, then it's saying that it's trying to break for new highs. It shouldn't have to come down here. If it does, it's, this 68.2, 63.2 is the high of this level. We already tested this level right here. So if it does come down, it should be trying to incite its breakout from this area here. It's at 63.3, which means I should probably be below this a little bit until a new one comes. It did grab liquidity here and reverse and go back up. So I mean, that would be a more solid place for it to hit first before coming down to here. So respecting the low of this red candle, it's got to break above this candle 14 seconds. It already showed that it can match it. So would buy it another candle, but it might grab liquidity. So it pushes down again because of that. 2 seconds. See, so it gaps down to already throw it into liquidity already. So it wouldn't really have to push down if it can go up from there. And it is pushing up from here, but if it stalls, then it's going to come back down. See, and it's going to either try to pump it from there, or it's going to come and go negative and then try to pump it from there. It's going to go negative what it needs to break even here with this candle. So that's what this move was here. There. If that's not enough, then it's got to break this low. It is outside the channel. If it closes out here, it's got 20 seconds to get back in this liquidity channel, or it's readjusting its path, right? Its trend line to a less aggressive, more productive long-term pattern or angle, I guess you can say. So then we did close as an indecision here. You're probably going to see like a liquidity grab here and then pop up, but then at the high, it tends to be bullish. But if you look at it in the range of these candles here, it's, I'm sorry, at the high, it could be bearish. But if you look at it in the range of these candles here, it kind of puts it as being bullish because it's lower than the high. And underneath the high of this last candle, it's lower than all the other candles. So that makes it kind of like a low of this move indecision candle. And I said it would grab liquidity here, then probably try to shoot back up unless it gets too far down and it can't close back up. Like there is no pop from grabbing this liquidity, then it's going to probably dump down. 12 seconds. See, there's your start of the pop. If it doesn't carry through, then yeah, most likely probably will dump down. There's a good pop there. To get back up, stopped even with this right here, respecting the low of this candle, the bottom of the purple. That's why these boxes are so great. So I don't have to really draw these lines. I'm drawing them to show you the confluence with the box. I really don't have to draw the lines. The boxes are there. Now it's just broke out past the high of this right here, and we got a new box because it made a new high, right? The blue box is the low, your low range, your bearish box, right? Bullish box, bearish box. And so if we're in the bullish box, then pretty much everything it does is bullish unless it misses the high of the box, right? And then it can come down from there. But then if it misses the low of the box, then you could just turn around and go back, you know. All right, so in this situation, we've already pulled back to the low of this candle here. We've respected the low of this. We've got a triple respect here. It might break this in order to go higher because it did break it here and it's not going higher. So if it fails to do it here, it will most likely pull back and break this low and probably respect this other one. Okay, it did it. So you're good. So now your next level down would be this here, breaking this in order to go higher. And so I'm just going to move my stop up to there. So that way, if it breaks this one and we got this one, if it breaks that one, I've got a little bit there for it to give. But I mean, technically, if I really want to give it a lot, there's enough space, it should probably be there. But it could go wick to wick. So, I mean, I don't know. And you've got a huge level of like volume support here too. So it really shouldn't, unless it's super bearish, it really shouldn't make it past this. Unless it's like really quick, and hopefully it stops it before it gets down further than that. The green box is where I'm at right now. So kind of extra confluence on, you know, I guess where I should be, but I mean, I should probably be under that. So that way, if it does slip through here and it stops there, then it goes back up, right? And that's kind of where my 20, what is that? A 9 bar or my, what, 17? It's more like 17 moving averages. So the mean of this move is down here at the top of this green bar box right here. Did gap up. I'm high indecision candle here. If it closes like that, it probably will come down. It did complete this accumulation pattern here, so it should have everything it needs. And it gapped up too as well. So if it closed this, like that's a fail to go up past this high here, but it's still green. So grab liquidity on this because of that. But it should continue to move on because it did make progress. Still waiting on this big move. It hasn't. The only time it moved is when it dumped down and then it came back and stopped me out. And I didn't really get a lot out of it. I only got like 380 off of it because I had some negative I had to cover up. But I should have gotten $1,000 move off of it. Had $1,000 move in it, and it, you know, broke even on the 137. I was negative, then and that's one thing. But you know, then I'd be 900 to the good, and I'd be good. You know, but I didn't. So still chasing that. We're at 320 again in that area. I need this to get free and break out. If I can get like 3 by 2 in a row, then it's kind of doing its thing, right? The white box was at this level up here, so we're getting close to that. So you might see a level of resistance here, but it's moving. The white box has already moved underneath the support. So that's telling you that we're in a bullish situation, that our resistance is weaker up here than our support is, right? And so this white box has moved down to show a level of support down here. And so as far as our targets go to the upside, we've got the high of this move up here now on a 15-minute that we're dealing with. And that would be the high of the day, which we're going to come back and retest, I think, or break, at least be higher than this. So we got to be careful once we get past this level here, this white line, where the white bar was. Like I said, it is weaker than the support level down here. So it might come down here, bounce off of this and go back up. But it is there. But this would be the most area, the area of interest is here. It starts to want to try to short down to complete this short move. Once it gets above this area, which is 67.2. And we're about to hit it right now. Instantly just bounced off of it before we got there. One tick away, which would be showing respect to the previous high there, which would make it super weak if it did that. And it most likely would probably dump if it did that. We got 18 seconds. I have a feeling that's going to pop over this. If not, get another candle to try to pop above this. But it's going to make it harder if it does close like this, because you're already seeing the results of the fact that it didn't break that area. Now it closes indecision. That would be a perfect place to short this. But I don't like that it didn't break that high, because it typically wants to go. But I guess it doesn't matter on the third one, because it's on this move, on a higher, like the bigger move, it doesn't need to break the first high. It just needs to be a high above the baseline, the high of the candles, to show that it made it above there, and it failed. I don't know if I trust that this is done yet. It's in this weird area where it needs to be bullish for a couple more candles. What are we stopping on? This is 12:03. So yeah, right at 12 o'clock. It should be making a big move. And it could be making the big move. It could be reversing right here, which I don't typically like. It didn't close below this wick, so that makes it somewhat more bullish still. So let's see. They're very nice on this right here. They could have dragged this down really far, and that would have really made me question whether I should be in this long anymore or not. But they're very careful with this placement of this candle, and they stopped it, but not below the low of that wick, not below the purple. It wicked through it, but that's like sweeping basically. And so now on a micro level, we just swept low, and it's trying to go high here. And we just made another high here. So this could be the triple reverse right here. And it stops right here, and it's done, because you got a high, a higher high, and then an in-betweener between the two, right? It closes below this candle right here. It's done. It's cooked. I still think it has something left in it, because you have a huge amount of space right here of liquidity that you could be getting, that if you're here and you're going to dump down, you might as well get as close to the high as possible before you do it. Did close above the high of the other candle there. Still inside the purple box. Kind of like an orb, but not really, but it is kind of like an orb trade here. Expecting this candle over here to the left. Bears and bulls are fighting it out right here, right now. There's a little bit of a gap underneath it, so if it does fail, then it dumps for at least 10 ticks back to the high of the previous candle, or higher time frame right here, 65.3. Resting on the bottom of that purple box, 10 seconds left. Still orb, basically. You got that triangle, that Starship Enterprise triangle emblem thing right there. It usually is like a bullish stop. Grabbing liquidity here, because it closed inside here. So grabbing liquidity here, still respecting this. Could break this just to do it, to grab the liquidity to see if it'll take it higher. So you might see a push here to do it. Right here. Come on. 30 seconds. You're going to see it pop. I think you'll see it pop and soak back up. But if it does that and it doesn't go back up, then it's going to be bearish, and it's going to be labeled bearish, and it's going to dump. It could be a sweep if it soaks back up. So it's kind of like a risky move for them to do if they're not certain, because we just went 3 bars sideways here, 4 bars sideways. And we just wicked underneath the last bullish candle here, right? But we closed back inside the purple box again, equal to the low of this other guy right here. So I'm going to move to this right here, because if it does come down, it hits this, it's good, right? Because we just swept this. So we shouldn't break that again. Didn't really try to go up here. They're testing their luck on the downside here again. Get whatever they can. They get 30 seconds. They can hang out in this area. All right, already back inside. Maybe a little bit more. I don't know, you're running short on time now. 15 seconds coming up. Hey, thanks for watching. Inside trade here. We're just trying to figure out if it's fatiguing out, if it's going to pop. It's just grabbing liquidity, so everything it's saying right now is bullish. So it should just go. Look, hey, oh, trigger. Sorry, I missed you again. Let's see if we can do. See if I can find. We're breaking out. Let's see. Trigger SXM. Really find. Find channel. No channel. Yeah. 2Gs. Sorry. Checking out again. All right, so we did pull back in this area here. We did respect this low. So we do have a level of support there. We could move up to there. I do have this wick right here. This guy right here. If we do pull back, we're most likely going to grab this inefficiency right here. We call it a fair value gap. So you're probably going to see like fair value a pull back to this area. So let's see how that goes. $75 ticks in here. It's pretty good. 770. I only had $69 negative, so I'm 700 basically. If I take it from the top here, so I understand 500 if it pulls back. So let's see if it keeps going, closing bullish like this, and we're getting close to that area yet. So you're probably going to see it fail. Now that it's left this wick right here, I don't know if I want to give it any more. This. So it does have a chance of going back up. I just saw it turn green. They hit it real quick. So let's see, you got 15 seconds to see how they decide to lead this. It'll probably just stop short of coming down to the bottom and then turn around and try to grab the liquidity and try to go higher. So I'm going to grab liquidity here if I can. Here you go. There's your grab liquidity. You should see a pop. It's only getting like one tick pop. Okay, there. It was a little bit delayed. That was like a 5 or 6 tick pop right there. So now all the way back to the high. That was a good pop. So we're going to go underneath that candle because if it does turn around and dump from there, then we don't want to be in it, period, right? And my video might get flagged right here during this trade because of the damn song from that YouTube channel that I was on. I was trying to find trigger. Oh well. So I'm coming up on my 4 hour. I got about 55 minutes. 4 hour would be in line with, I was trading for about an hour for this. No, I wasn't trading, I was here watching. So technically my move should be happening now. And this is probably what this is right here. This is probably the setup for that move. Now on a smaller time frame, it should wick above it. On a 4 hour time frame, which is hard to say, I don't want to stay in this time frame, but on a 4 hour time frame, it should be short of it, right? So we're hitting it now. 480. Wrong going into this right here. And go to 60. Don't want to stay too long in these. Still hadn't crossed over it. Go to 15. That is matching it right there. I mean, if it pays respect to it, okay, it just popped it. So now we're going to go to 5. Because it's now that it's up here, it's going to do a series of these, right? So it's, you got the higher time frame, right? It just purged the higher time frame. You're going to see a series of wicks, maybe one higher and then one lower, but over this red line. And the last one might be just barely over this red line. So it just depends on how much FOMO kicks in here to carry this up to a higher high that we're going to get before we get that dump. We got 26 seconds left. And then, so here's my $1,000 trade right here. I can get a little bit higher. I can cap it. I can take my 1,000. I can switch accounts, which would make me happy. Come on. Come on. Get a little bit higher there. So you're going to have a higher here for it to have that play like it's, weak or whatever, and then does a higher high and then does another weak and then another back into this area above this red line, and then it dumps. But the next one's got to be higher than this one. If it keeps printing them next to each other, though, it's just going to be a series of higher highs until it comes down and then goes back up and makes a higher high. Or it could be using this guy over here as your higher high, and then it comes down and just barely hits this red line. I don't know. It could be either or, really. Depends on the market, really. Retail, like how bullish are they? How far are they going to take this up before they give up? Because right now this is all retail, I believe, pushing this. I mean, it has to be, because that's how they make profits. So big institution doesn't buy right here. They sell right here, right? So it's a matter of, they're probably waiting to see if retail's failing. If retail fails to carry it above this next candle, then they start dumping their shares, which makes it heavy. And retail might FOMO in and be buying pretty heavy right here, but all you'll see is it throttling right here. And that's why you get those M and W patterns like right here that are not really making new highs, but are coming down and probably making new lows because it keeps trying to grab more liquidity to keep going higher, and it ends up making like this reverse orb pattern, right? where you're expanding to the up and down at the same time. But you're only expanding to the upside for a short period of time, and then it dumps off, and then it fails to get back up again because it's fatigue. So let's see if this is going to carry out above this area. Come on. 2 minutes and 52 seconds. You got this. You already kind of came down to almost the start of your candle there, so you should have some new resurgence there because people who wanted to get in that missed it got in again, right? I'm on a 5 minute. They're probably on a 1 minute. And so if you look at a 1 minute, I'm going to put this right here. Go down to a 1 minute. You can see that we've got this red push down, but didn't respect the low here. Now you've got liquidity underneath you. It'll probably come down and break this low and already try to go up again. So I can back off this a little bit. I don't want it to see it come down too far. I am above 1,000 right here, so I could cap this and just take that. See if this breaks this high. I mean, this one tick high and then a little bit of reprieve and this one, another high right here. It could be as high as it wants as long as it comes back down. If it's going to play it like that. FOMO should be kicking in here though, because you got just some forever bulls that think this is just going to go forever. And I needed to kind of pop free here so I can have a place to put my tick, my stop without being too tight. So I can let it play out. Because right now it's not giving me much space in between these. 18 seconds left, like it's trying to get smashed down right here. Oh, no. Come on, don't do that to me. 7 seconds. I did close right at the high there. I'm going to put this right here because if it gets knocked off of this high right here, all right, cool, it just made a new high. So $20. Come on. Keep pushing. You got this.
Stop.
Nope. All right. 1,008. Switching accounts. So we're going to disconnect. I'm going to reconnect. I don't think this works. Nope. Disconnect. All right. I got to shut down. And then restart. I'm going to switch accounts. Take this off here. It looks like Miami. I'm sure it's not. I don't know what that bridge is. Here's my chart. Oh, wait. What? Like this news broadcast thing. I'm using Trade Day, and they have this
Order bill.
radio that plays that lets you know when announcements are coming. God, it's been trying to choke me. I don't know why it's connected to that. There it goes. All right, so trade day is a funded account. Well, you have like a little bit of, you have a $3,000 you have to make, but you don't have to pay anymore after you make it. That's a little bit less than the other ones where you pay twice to do a trial or a prop challenge or whatever. So it did come down and grab liquidity right here in this box and took off. It went long. It's too late for me to get in here, so I'm going to wait. But it'll probably do it. You'll probably see something where it fatigues out, and then it'll probably come down pretty hard and go underneath this bar, then come back up and just wick the high of this red line right here. I'm gonna pick. Actually, I'm gonna pick. You know what? I'll pick that. So if you see my Patreon down there, if you do decide to donate because you learned something or you enjoyed it or whatever, because you like me, because that's nice. You know, if you do that, please leave a message, and please email me. Let me see if I can find. Let me put my email on here. But yeah, if you want to send me $5 for a cup of coffee because you enjoy me doing this on my days off, then that would be really nice. Okay, double wick here, respecting the high here. I'm going to attempt to do this here. I'm going to put my stop right above the box where it's respecting at 34, 741 or whatever. Technically, it probably will break that at some point, but this would be a good reason for it to turn down right now. And go the other way. So if we look at how much time is left, it's 5 minutes and 30 seconds. So I might be ahead here by 5 minutes on this candle. And so if it does look like it's getting bullish, then I'll probably close out of it and wait. Because it technically probably will break it and leave a higher high and then come down again and probably close back inside here. Because right now it's sweeping low if it does that. All right, so I did at the last second push down there. That might be a telltale that it's kind of like cooked, right? So you're going to see that it's going to push up here, probably grab this liquidity above this candle, and then probably dump down. Now it might want to get below the low of wherever its consolidation is or its last high, which is this green box, before it does that. And then you might see just like a little bit of a wick right here. And then you might see it dump down. Or if it has it in it and it can go higher, then it's going to break this using this liquidity right here. But it closed outside this box underneath these candles, showing at the last second it ran down too. So it didn't come down here and just stay down here and then just close like this. It was actually up where it was safe and then ran down at the last second as like a surprise, you know. So that's usually a pretty good tell that that's cooked, right? And so we're looking at this. This is your other high here. We're going to do a rundown probably into this green box or lower or whatever, maybe bounce off the red area, come back up and stop just to tick above, you know, or two or something like that, or even all the way up to here. But if you get a wick and it closes back underneath this line, this is the line here. You get a wick that closes underneath or above this and the bar closes underneath that line all in the same candle, then that is your guy. Your absolute, like, you know, crush yourself. It could do it right here. A little bit premature, I think, but bouncing off this area right here. There's your wick right there. And it could be saying, okay, well, this is consolidation high, but I don't know if this looks bullish.
Stop
Yeah.
still.
So now this will probably be your new high. If it doesn't come all the way back down and close here, could just run here. I just don't know if it has it in it, honestly. I think it erases this candle.
Order filled.
I'm gonna jump in right here and take that small risk because I'll be very upset again if I miss this really small risk to be at the high here. Yeah, it did close above this area. It is kind of bullish, but if it comes down and closes below this candle all in one go, then it just erases this candle from existence, and that makes it equally bearish, if not more bearish. And then it's got to fight to come back up and do it again. So we'll see how this plays out. At 8 seconds, 5 seconds. Looks like it's going to get bullish here. It didn't go down very far. It really is more bullish in this situation right here. But it could be that 3 wick right there. It could stop short of going up to the high there. It's possible. It's got to do one more pop there to get slightly higher for a 3-bar rejection, like a 3-bar reverse. It would need to do one more wick slightly higher than the body of this candle, I think. Or maybe just a wick to the body of that candle is showing you that it can't go any higher. And that, I guess that works too. Whatever. Personally, I would think that it would go up a little higher. It's tried 3 times, it got shut down. It just closed low. Just gapped up to see if it can do it on this next candle here. Trying to give it the benefit of the doubt there. I tried it again. Tried it again. Tried it again. One more. Here it comes. It's going to do it. It's going to throw it up there. You might see the wick. Okay. I was going to say you might see the wick before you see the body of the market maker manipulating the price in order to get it. They're just picking orders higher up, right? And it might not be any orders sitting right above this. It might just be all stuck right there. Or it might be a tremendous amount of orders here that it's got to get through in order to get to that one right up there. And so it's chipping away at it, but here it comes. There, it did it. This would be if it fails to break this high, this would be your dump. Like it failed to break the high. There, it could possibly break this just to do it and then come crashing down. God, I swear. It literally failed right here, grabbing liquidity here. I need to see what the volume is on this bar here. Way down there. What if it was here? Go 1 minute. $34.74.50. No support up here. Just out in no man's land up here. Wish I could select an area and delete all the objects in that area. There. Ooh, so much clearer. There you go. Sorry, I meant to update that and post it. Forgot. So if you are wondering why I have Antikythera Mechanism, Cosmic Code, Market Alignment, just email me. I'll tell you a story. I could do it here. I've been getting a lot of dreams lately about this. I have a number sequence that I had in a dream, and I found myself walking. Sound like higher mind talks to me. Is it makes me mouth out things that I normally would, like why I would have no interest in talking about or saying out loud. Like, why am I saying Antikythera Mechanism? Like, why am I trying to say that? And the first time I did it, it struggled to try to say it because I didn't know how to say it. I didn't know, I had to say it like 3 or 4 different times. Is this
Order filled.
I like the momentum to the downside. Is it really going to try to go up again? Yeah. I probably should wait for it to close. Like, it just barely went higher.
Stop filled.
Just barely. And they can erase it from here.
Order filled.
I know, I'm diehard about this being short because it's trying to fool retail and me at the same time. But it gapped up on this candle, which could erase this candle if it would close down and close below this. It would basically delete all these candles right here. But it's just trying to fool me. Well, that's forward thinking. I'm thinking that the gap up is bearish. Most people would think that the gap up is bullish. But the fact that it gapped up, and if it closes down, would make it bearish and delete this bullish sentiment, which would probably sway a big portion of the people who are in it trying to go along when they see it, when it happens, like when it closes down here like this, below this low. If it comes back up and comes on, closes green, in this area, then, it's a coin toss, right? But if it closes like it did, it's throwing a wrench in it, right? Now it's questionable. Is this really bullish anymore? There's a red candle sitting at the high. Usually when that happens, that means that there's a correction coming and it's going to try to run back up, right? So it's going to do like a paint candle, which means it above the high, above the low, and then try to retest the high. And so this is where we'll probably see our reverses right here. You're probably going to see this pull down to grab liquidity, to push back up to try to break the high. Unless they try to run off with it right here again. And they're just trying to manipulate me and I guess anybody else who thinks like I do in reverse, which seems like a much smaller portion of people to manipulate. So I guess you can try to find your edge that way. Is you can always think, okay, well, what's the mass majority of people thinking in this situation, and then what would be the flip to that, and does that really hold up? Does it ever hold up? And right now it's holding up. It's grabbing liquidity down here. It is pushing down. It has swayed a big portion of people, or else it wouldn't be coming down right now, fighting the people trying to push it up. So now, once we push it down, this is what we call a pain candle. We're grabbing the bears from here who are shorting it, and we're taking them down here. We're grabbing the bulls from down here, and we're taking them up to retest this high right here, right? We're going to see who has the biggest following, right? And so we're just displacing them. And what happens is when we take bears and drop them down here, that creates a support. When we take bulls and drop them up here, that creates a resistance, right? So now we'll update. All right, so bulls down here. We're going to take them for a ride going up. And we're going to see if we can break this high. If we fail to break this high, that's your reverse. This is probably the most important part of the whole video is right here. Is there a way that I can just pop a channel? Like this is I wish there was a way to put a bookmark here. Nope. Is there a way to... Nope. Wait, what time is it right now? 3 minutes, 36 seconds, 37 seconds, 3 hours, 37 minutes, 50. All right, here's your dip down, covered up most of this candle here. All right, so this is our low. Oh, and it gave, I guess it gave up. It failed to go higher here. So it's still pulling down. So now we just completely grab all the liquidity off the bottom of this candle. Here, respect to the low of this candle. This is going to be your pop up here. Or that could be the fail right there, but it didn't really make a new high there, so I don't really see that as it. Actually, what should happen is it should come down below this, down here, and then come up and try to retest this and fail to do so here. And just leave like a little bit of a wick in this area. Because this is your last high, right? Boom. You know, this is your last high here. All right. So now, if I was to put a box around your potential reverse area, it should be right there. And I'm going to go ahead and drag this. I don't know if I want to drag it down and lose my position. So I'm pretty sure this is going to be it. Pushing down low over here. This is your last low, which would give it reason to turn around and go back up if it doesn't break it, or if it closes above it, right? And so that's why you need probable cause, right? So your probable cause would be failing to break this low of your last push down, right? Which is where it's respected. Could grab the liquidity, which would give it the reason why to go up, but it closes inside here. That gives it a reason to go up. So sweeping low, boom, all right. Step one complete on the retest of the high for the final move, right? So last stage of this reverse needed to come and sweep the low of the last push down that respected previous push. That makes sense. Okay, look right here. Sure, whatever. I don't know why it's so small, but sorry, I'm saying it out loud so you can hear it. Then, so that's, here, let me do this. Step one, the last push. Boom, swept it, right? or you can say perched. Okay, then it needs to go back up and step 2. Okay. Step 2. Oops. Okay. We just went to a more aggressive downward push. Sorry, my throat. Keep drinking water, but it's not helping. All right, so it respected this low, and it broke it again. So, boom. Now I just grabbed liquidity again. Looks like it's going to keep going. It looks like it gave up. Like it said, I'm done. We have yet to get this push up. I think it's going to go until it runs out of steam, which is fair because that's what it did for the upside, right? So, which I can get in another trade because at this point, I'm not going to watch it come all the way back up there. It's crazy. I would probably venture to take profit in this area. If it breaks above this candle here, then it's doing too much. So we are 680, no, 350, 340 to the good. We're only down $10. I thought that was worse than that. So like it just broke the high of this candle. This is probably going to go up and retest this high. Like I said, this will be step 2. Put a wick inside this box right up here where these arrows are. And that's the high of consolidation of your last move up there, your shoulder. So if it puts a wick anywhere, that's your previous one there. Let me make this smaller so I can see. Yeah, the low of the box is where the high of this first shoulder is. You got another push up there. That's the high of the box. So we're looking for a wick in this area. You got a doji right here, which would probably be prime location to, come close to reverse off of. Strong indicator for a pause here, or a reason to have a support. And you came pretty close to it here. Still respecting this low, this candle here. So like this. That's what I'm saying. And so near miss, that makes it bullish, right? So it gives reason for this candle to break out past this high, this last one here. This wick broke past this high, but closed back low. This one comes down, misses this. This could give it reason to break past this high here. Honestly, I don't want to be in it. It does go past this wick right here. Matching this one here.
Damn, he is alive.
Hey, hey.
Stop build.
You get hungry for some soup and a refrigerator.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay. Bye.
Love you. All right, coming up to that box. That'll be step 2. Oops. All right, then step 3 would be close both. Now I can go up to the high there. Can go up to the high there. I can go all the way up here. Just depends on what it has in it. And I could have bought this, and I knew it was going up. I could have bought this and wrote this up. It would have been a much easier write up. But I'm looking for a short. I'm preparing myself for the short. There's that one wick above right there. That's it. Boom. Look at it. Put one tick, one little guy right there above that box that I have drawn. And it could break this and keep going. But this is exactly, I mean, it's ironic that I'm exactly looking for this exact move. This one right here. This wick and this spot right here that I drew all this stuff on. All right, so it got me. But it still could come down and close below this and then do another wick right here and close below that. So we'll just wait. My risk was stupid small on that, so I'm okay with seeing this comes down and closes low. I got 13 seconds left. See if it's going to get like a rush here to go up. And again, it can come all the way up here, but if I'm still holding on to this area, it would need to close, yeah, like this, and then come down and come back. It didn't close lower, it closed above it. And this is matching that high there. It would need to make a higher high and then come down and do a lower one. Or it needed to come down low here and then go up and make a higher high. This would be a good turn right here. See how it threw that wick up there first? And now it's closing it in. All right, so now we're unless it bleeds down super hard right here, we're past this section and we're up in this section. So we're basically looking at the same setup. Here. But we don't want to break the high. We want to break this one. And you just wicked into it right there. So that's probably it, honestly. That's probably your guy. Unless it finds support on top of this and it shoots back up. But this is probably your guy right here. You want to get a wick in this area. Boom. If you got a wick here, if you got a wick here, this one's higher than that one. And then you have this. So do this. Let's see. There. There's her support. Get rid of this. Get rid of this. And you can see like this negates these candles to the left here like they didn't exist. This just went lower, or did it do the same? It's the same, it's respecting it, and then it breaks it right here maybe. Respecting, which sets up for breaking later. This would give it reason to go back up if it did respect it here, I guess. All right, so this went exactly to your highest indecision candle low on the inside of this pop up here, and where this wick covered the rest of the candle on the other side right there. So sandwiching this line. Also the high of your last or your first candle with a pullback on it at your high, right at the high of the body of the candle. So then if you look at the total move, it's Will Street, who's, I'm so thankful. I had a dream. So like I said, I was having a lot of dreams lately, but I had a dream about this. This is crazy. Of a yellow sports car. And then when I saw the yellow sports car, I immediately knew the name of the car was Charles Will Scott, right? And because of that, it was I knew that I woke up, right? And I mouthed out the name Charles Will Scott. And I was like, why am I saying this? And I was like, this has got to be about finding better entries, because before I went to bed, I said, I wish I could find a YouTuber that did videos, chart analysis the way I would do chart analysis, and had a clear breakdown of his process in finding better entries with less risk. And so then I wake up and I'm saying Charles Will Scott, and I had this dream of a yellow sports car. And I ask Grok, and Grok goes, there's no Charles Will Scott that does YouTube videos for entries. And he goes, and then I said, well, how about just Will Scott? And he goes, there's a Will Street that does entries, whose trading is a lot like yours. It's not exactly like yours, but it's time-based entries. And he went on and he does a very good analysis on breaking down chart entries. You should check out his YouTube page. And I said, that's got to be it. I was like, that's it. He goes, and I said, this is how. And I said, so the yellow sports car drives on a street, and Charles Will Scott, Charles Schwab is a trading system, right? Will Scott is the two traders. And so Will Street, and so it's saying Scott, who's a trader, should watch Will Street, who's a YouTuber, who has a trading system for reducing the risk on your trade entries. And so I cracked all that by myself in the middle of the night at 3:50 a.m. or something like that. And so I go to his website and I look at his YouTube, and I would have known, like, I've never seen this guy's stuff before. He black and white charts. He draws his own candles up there and does everything and draws the lines. And just like I would draw my lines saying that this broke this line and this is what you're looking for and blah, blah, blah. And so he did all that. And it was like super thorough. And it was exactly what I was looking for. And I was like, so what blew my mind was how did my brain know that there's a guy named that there's a guy named Will Street who does YouTube videos, and how did it know to give me the information so that I would be able to tie it back into it, and know that I would ask Grok to find me a YouTuber that is related to this mess, and that it would end up being somebody who does chart analysis the way I like it and uses time-based entries and has a way of reducing his risk based on that style. And all those things would just fit. Like, how is my higher mind, my subconscious, connected to the internet? Because I've never seen it. I would remember his charts, black and white charts. I've never seen them do chart analysis with black and white charts outside of Wyckoff methodology. And this guy's far from that. He's not using Wyckoff. And they're using schematics when they're using black and white. He's actually drawing and making his own charts with the black and white candles and drawing his lines and everything. So, I don't know the name Will Street. He's South American, I believe, and I would remember the voice. I would have been watching his YouTube videos if I had seen it before, because he's good. He's exactly what I'm looking for, So it doesn't even make sense for me to know that there is a Will Street out there. It doesn't make sense for my brain to know that there's a Will Street out there. That's what's really crazy about it, is none of that makes sense. And it just blows my mind that my brain would know that. So anyways, that's my story. And so I got all this mess up here. So hopefully you had time to read all this. Trying to clean all this up so it doesn't look like a complete nightmare. Up here, all my lines and everything. All right, so we're looking for another wick in this area right here. It just has to be above this line. Out of my throat. It can go all the way up, or whatever, but it would just invalidate this move altogether. It's already did a high there, up close to the high in this box right here, right? So really just needs to fail. Honestly, it doesn't really need to go up anymore. It just needs to fail. That could be it. Usually the third one is like a tick, but I mean, this was the third one, so I guess this is just a fail altogether. It doesn't matter if it goes up anymore. But you might still end up seeing one coming here. You might see a match to this one right here, or maybe even in between. You might come up and do another one in between. You just don't know with retail sometimes, like how diehard they are about this area and it trying to go up. And that's what makes it so painful, is having to because I don't like putting my risk way up here like that. It's crazy. I don't like that. And it's not moving right now, so there you go. A little pop down. Where does this white line come on? What is this? Arrow line. Where am I pointing up to there? Oh, okay. Let's see. This must be 1 o'clock. That's why it hit 1 o'clock. That's why I have this line here to remind me that this is 1 o'clock. This would be the 4 hour, or the 2 hour. Remember I said it was going to be up for the next 2 hours? I said that somewhere in the video. So we just hit the end of the 2 hours and you had this pop down on this candle. As it's trying to grab liquidity and basically just try to put an end to this move, like finalize it. And so either grab the liquidity and take off and launch, or, fail and dump, right? And so I don't want to be in it if it comes back up here again. So I'll just get out of it. Take a little small win or whatever. I'm up. 240. It's not really crazy. I'd like to be up more, but I gotta wait for it to finish doing this move again. This final pop to this area, I guess. It's not gonna go down, so I'm not worried about that. It's gonna start. It would have been so much cleaner if it did it on that guy right there, but it just had too much bullish momentum that it's trying to shake off right now. But if it had rejected it and turned it, and they shorted it from right there, then that would have been beautiful. But you see how they negated this candle now, and look at it ever since. It's just been sideways right here and making new lows, but not making new highs, right? So I'm not wrong. It's telling you it's coming. You're probably going to see one last attempt in here. This indecision candle probably is a good one. Grab liquidity here and probably take off and try to run up one more time. I'm going to put this here because I think it's going to go up at some point real soon. Try to test this high again. All right, here we go. I do have a target up here of something that's, from a previous move. I got two of them actually. It's very likely that it can probably get up there, but it would just have wasted all of this move right here to reverse this, which would be so like, ugh. You have to sit and wait through the shit again. Get out of here. Oh. So I made $1,000 on that one account today. I took a lot of trades though, but I did make $1,000 on it. So kind of interested to see what it says. Oops. Just do that. There's a good push right there. I guess that's what that is. No, that's not something I drew. Let's see. Look, there's that push up. And it probably will make it higher now that it's up here. It probably will make it in between these two right here, which is probably a 10 tick range, maybe. .6, only 6 ticks between these two. Did it hit it? I guess it did. Is it not going to go up and break it? I don't know if I trust it matching that. It just leaves like a huge area for it to get again. Here it comes. Is it really? I don't trust that. This will be the reprieve. Coming down, grabbing liquidity. Next candle goes up, makes a new high. It probably doesn't break this high. I hope. Now, you're gauging based on divergence. Your bullish angle is greater than your bearish angle. right? Now my boxes are all there, so I don't really need these anymore. Small indecision candle gives you permission to test both sides. Push down. I don't see how long we push down, but push down, I guess. Pushed up. That could be your fail to go higher there. This closes lower. If it closes higher here, then it gives it permission for another candle to try to break into this area here. I wish this was more up to date. All right, so I got that. Now I can do resource Discord group. Care about Wendy's, so maybe not.
Order submitted.
Not very talkative in this trade A chat thing. It says we got 1,700 people. Boring. Hey, thanks for watching. Just waiting for this to come up here and hit this high so I can take a short. Kind of boring. It just gets so slow when it's getting ready to reverse. And this is a distribution pattern. You can tell because it's not making it back to the last previous high. It's left this area for liquidity, or well, there really is no liquidity because it purged it. So that's why it's not getting back up into this area. It's because there is no liquidity up here. So you got the pull up into this area right here. It stops short, shorts back down. You got this channel-like pattern, stair stepping down. Oops, like this. Right? This is selling off while retail is buying, it's selling off. Boom, boom, boom. They're taking profits. Like this. You know, this is they let off a big load right here. And now they're going to do this final push to the up. This is retail's last stand, basically, and see how high they can get. I hope that's not it right there. I mean, it possibly could be it, but that would be embarrassing and lackluster. I thought it was going to be here. Where was it? Here somewhere. And maybe it was this guy. It was this guy right here. I thought it was going to be here. And, you know, real easy. Fail to go up, make a higher high, fail to go up, but make a higher high than the previous one, the first one, but lower than the top one, right? Boom, dump. And now they decide to drag it out because they got to get their shares out, right? So I guess there's probably a good way to gauge that. I'm hoping that is not it. From down here, this, how much volume here? Here. I wonder if I can adjust this. Can I put ticks? Ticks. No, that's not it. They don't have volume right there. I wish they did. I wonder if they have something that measures it. I mean, I could do this. Where's this? Yeah. Could do that. Do that. Then you can go to look at volume chart. I don't want to do that right now, but sure, I'm gonna do 100,000 shares. Let's do 10,000 shares. Is that this area right here? I gotta go back to the regular chart so I can see it. Yeah, so from 1122 to 1147. Let's do 1,000 shares. 1122 to 1147. Yeah, right there. So 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000. And up here, you would have 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000, or 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000. And then you have this final push up right here. I mean, this thing probably is cooked. if that works, if it works like that. Not that this was, I mean, yeah, it was pushing and buying, pushing and buying. But you probably had people pushing and buying from here too. So. Two, three, four, 6. Would be about right. One more would be 6. So let's see. It is this. What's this thing? Wah, wah.
Nobody likes me.
Spitting gold out. Literally spitting gold out. No one cares. Trading channels. Boo boo. Nobody talking in here bullshit. Wow. Come on. Give me the move. Here it comes. Hitting it. So
Order filled.
I can get as tight as I want. I think I'm 6 ticks off of it. Oh, it didn't even get my order right there.
Order
Craziness.
canceled.
It missed it by 1 tick. And I'll leave this up here. It should probably, if it's dumping right here, it should probably be a small candle that holds 1,000 volume right here. Because it is literally just releasing all their shares and retail trying to FOMO into this. And so it should be a small candle because it's literally all the selling is happening right here to take profits. And they're throttling it to keep the price action in this area without letting it slip too far down. They let off their orders, let it come back up, and sell some more. And now it's just gotten too heavy for retail to hold. Now retail has failed at this point. And you can see it right here happening in real time. What time is this? 4 hours and 27 minutes. And we're off. That's it. That was the fail. That was the ultimate fail from retail right there. In this area. Doesn't mean they can't go back up and try to find, a resurgence to go back up again, because they might have more shares, but they should be pretty close to being break even on their shares. Big institution at this point. This was your final dump here. You might have like another 1,000 or so. Retail, this would be all retail 100% on this candle, I believe. Without big institution, I think, holding it down, if I'm right. Because they'll finally get support and they'll let it go, but they won't. Big institution won't be behind it. It won't be holding any of the shares. So retail has got to be like die hard in this to be able to keep it bullish without big institution holding the 90% of the shares to keep it in absorption, right? Because they've been selling off, and this is retail buying in to eat up those shares. And so retail's holding the bag now, and big institutions already dumped their load. This final push in between this area right here, which I had marked out with this orange box, and I've been talking about for the last hour and a half, the whole purpose of the video. Once we got that wick inside that area, look at it, it dumped, right? So, I mean, it had been dumping every candle anyways, because it needed to gather new buyers in order to take it to go back up again. And so this is retail running it back up, dumping, to get new retail, running it back up, failing to make new high, dumping to get new retail, to run it back up again, failing to break out, dumping, but making a new high here on this dump. And that didn't close below this here, but like I said, it was going to be a small candle right here, because they're going to want to keep it in this little spot to get the most out of their money without losing too much. And so they just dropped 1,000 orders right here. Who knows how many shares per order there was there. But I bet if I go to a tick chart, I go to 1,000 ticks, which is actual individual contracts, this is going to look a lot different. So let's go, and I'll put this, this, and let's do a tick chart for 1,000. It's about the same, really. I don't think it's any less. It might be a little bit less. So if it was, I can figure this. And then let's do tick chart, and we'll do 10,000. Okay, apply. Okay, and then we'll just do 10,000 there. And then it would be right here. So literally 10,000 working on 20,000 shares right here. Yes, I guess that's what it's saying. So getting rid of 2,000, gaining 1,000, gaining 2,000, not going back as high, getting rid of 2,000, not going as low, gaining 2,000. So this would be another push up right here. If it doesn't go as high again, then it's going to dump another 2,000, right? And so they've just been churning since they got up here. They've just been churning this last 2,000 to get rid of their shares. It's not like a lot of shares, though, really. Think about it. It's not like it's, hundreds of millions of shares, which is what I would assume, but it's gold. So I don't know if that's like, I don't know if it gets that kind of volume. I mean, apparently not. I guess, I don't know. I never know what to trust when I look at NinjaTrader. Like, is it Is it just these orders through NinjaTrader, or is it through something? Is it more? I don't know. And obviously it's aligned with another brokers, or the major stock exchanges setup of brokerages or whatever, their total number, and our trades are just aggregated to be slightly more aligned with this chart, I guess. I don't know how it works. Those guys are geniuses. I don't understand that shit. That's far beyond my pay grade. But look, you just got a higher wick right here. This actually got my target, 34,758. Yeah, 3475.8. To the T, nailed it. Should be dumping right here. So you had your 2,000 up right here, failed, didn't even get a wick, just stopped short of getting to the high there. The next candle got the wick going up, just like the other one. So now it's below the low of this candle on one candle, so that's already erased that one and working on the other one. This is a good way to look at this, using a 1,000 tick chart, because it's equal to 2,000. Like you can see, it's equal. They're washing and letting retail, and then washing, and then letting retail, and then washing. So this is probably their last hoorah here. And so the last buyer's climax from retail would be once this, I think this 2,000 lets out. And then retail starts to short once it gets past this low, probably. Yeah, I think retail's always on the opposite end of the spectrum. Like, they're buying still right now because they think it's bullish, but it's so not bullish. Yeah. Right, NVIDIA being the market's thermostat, going in the rectum of retail. All right. And I wish I had traded this account. So going forward, I'm going to trade this account on my trying to find my move, and then switch to the trade day account for when I find the move. it kind of makes more sense to do it that way. Be more careful and less volatile. Make more sense. You guys are freaking savages. This Discord's garbage. Mm. Yeah, with the same jack squat. Who do I have? Oh, Dustin Smith. Oh, sure. Sure. Mm. Slow down so much as nothing. Is it not moving? Struggling just to get 1,000 shares. It was taking a long time to get 1,000 shares. This possibly could be the retail version of it. Crooked, just crooked, which could be purginous, which could be actually another tumor, but it could just fail. Depends on where it ends. This that fix. It was waiting for it's still big back. I'm gonna get all the cameras flop between. Flip flop between the different time frames without having to unload and load a different count. Actually want this one. Save. And see. So you talk about you can still break this and come back down and close it. That would be your purge. That would be the proper close for a dump. Would be for it to close back inside here after it purges, close back inside your threshold level of your high. Hello. Sorry. Watching a video by Will Street. He's actually really good with trade entries. I had a dream that led me to his videos. So it helped me a lot with finding these entries like this. So I would highly recommend looking at it. Will Street. If you want to know more about my dream that I had that led me to it, it's super crazy. I'll tell you, just gotta say something in chat that you want to hear it, because I'm not going to go through it if you don't want to hear it. But it's like, how would my brain even know this guy exists? It's crazy. I've never seen his videos. I've never seen his charts. I would remember them. I would have been watching his videos because it's actually really good videos. So this is going to be short right here. This was your purge to the upside. This should dump down. This should be like $1,000 trade, easy, one contract. With I got a staggered follow. Let me see. I normally do 2 contracts in here so I can let one off and profit, but 19 tick stop loss starting out, but I adjusted to the high of the move there. And then it goes 3-step, if you can do steps on your trading platform, 19, 24, and 34 on your stop losses, and 34, 68, 91 for your triggers, and 3, 2, and 1. Now this can go all the way back up there. But if they're really, this was the buyer's climax. This is where they let retail hold the weight, take it as high as they could. And then when it started to like peter out, they just dumped their shares on it to get rid of the last load. And so if you look here, they've been doing 2 down, 2 up, 2 down, 2 up. And then they did an extra one here. So to let retail really get it up in this area and sight buying. And then they had this candle here where retail held all the weight. And then once they started to fail, they just let loose on all their shares. Each one of these candles is 1,000 ticks. So we should get 3 downs to get us away from this area, and it should close lower than this right here. And if you look here, this is a respected low. So this would be the target area for us to break, to get below and close under, for retail to be like, this thing's dumping, right? And then they start to catch up, and we've already been shorting it, right? Again, it couldn't go all the way back up here. If retail just gets a hair in their ass and decide that this thing needs to go up, and they all just jump in on this thing, pile in, and it just rocket launches or news pops right here, yeah, it can break this. That's why I keep my risks pretty low here. I'm on a different account now than I was. I made $1,000 trade on my other trade day account. So now I'm in Buellnox. And so we're just going to wait to see if this gets heavy and dumps here. I got 3 different counters down here. So if you look at the bottom here, I got my tick chart here, which is what's running right now, so I can see how many contracts are being dumped. And so we've got it set to 1,000, which is going to keep us in, understanding like how much is left here. And we don't really know how much they have left, but I would imagine after getting to this point and dumping here that they're getting pretty thin. So I doubt that they'd be holding like the whole gauntlet and being here and then still having to let go. And then I've got the volume counter over here when I switch over to the volume, and I've got the bar timer over here when I switch back over to the timer. And so I can do that now since it's kind of dawdling in this area. So you can see This is a 1 minute chart. And so if you look, you can see where this is a distribution and this is a higher climax. And there might be another run up here to make another, like an M pattern right here. It's possible because that's usually what happens. So, but you can see like they've been distributing here, here, here. They tried doing a little M here and they got really bullish here. So that's what caused it to come up here. And then again, they can catch it right here and then send it up and it can just take off and just go parabolic, right? So, I mean, it's totally doable, but you can see where they've been taking profits. One of these days, I'll find the right button. It's this one. No, this one. East. And if I switch back to, I'll look at the 5 minute real quick. I know it looks like a mess. Sorry. Through the volume so we can look at that. Just your volume. Get rid of all this. Where are you targeting? Sorry, I just saw that. So at the end of the 4 hour is where I would be targeting. If I go here, and I know this looks like a big mess here because I've been trading through all this right here. And so it's just a culmination of all that. So I can just delete all this now. Sorry. I don't see any of that, so it's not bothering me because I don't see it, but I can see it. It's annoying as hell. All right. So if this is the top of the move here, and then this would be your bottom of the move here. And technically, it would be more like this is your bottom of the move. So it just depends on where you feel like it's going to retrace back to. If you go here, this is after it popped up and it consolidated and it dipped down to find liquidity to take off and make this high. I feel like that would be your first area. I mean, there's liquidity between these 2 points all the way down here like this, right? And then you have several areas here where it's respected that there's liquidity as well along the way. So you could take a short trade and just do the 4 hour candle, which is the low here at 3458.9. And then you can do this one at 3450, 3442. And I mean, I'm just going to let it run until it starts to show like it's going to reverse again at the bottom. So basically you check every hour to see what it looks like, because it could just come down and go, back up. And take off, or maybe this high and then dump down again, so you don't want to be stuck in all that mess. So I just check, like I'll watch videos or do something else and listen to it, do the cha-ching sound as it drops. But I guess really, if I'm having to pick a spot that I really want to get to before I really start thinking I don't want to lose this profit, I mean, of course, if I get to like a end of a 4 hour and it's already starting to reverse, looks like it's going to come up pretty hard, I probably would find my exit, because 4 hours is a long time to be in a trade. I'm not going to lie. But that's 120 ticks. That's, wait, what am I looking at? Yeah, 120, and then this is 174. So that's 174. That's 166. That's probably more like where I would want to be, is this 266 range. Because that's your bullish breakout, and there's just some minor retracement not breaking below the low of the candle. So I feel like this is all one candle right here on a longer term. And so I think that if I can get to the base of this where it FOMO'd out of, because you're probably going to see a pretty big bounce once it hits this area right here. So about 308 ticks down at 3445.9. I can write it on this on here. I think that's going to be your, I think that's going to be before you, like, you're going to see a major pop or bounce in this area. And you probably don't want to be, you don't want to see that profit go away. I'm like this. I don't know what you're like. And I know a lot of traders that trade long-term, they set their target and they go for R, or they set their target and they let it come back on them. I can't do that. I can't do it. It makes me sick to my stomach. I cannot watch it disappear and go negative and then go down. Like, I can't do that. If I'm profitable, I'm taking the profits. So, and I'll just find another entry to get in. I'm not scared. Like, my risks are so small, you know, like why would I be afraid of, why would I watch hundreds of dollars or even thousands of dollars disappear just to try to get a target when I'm only risking 12 ticks, right? It's kind of silly. So if it comes down here and completes one of these candles, I'm getting pretty tight, you know, or at least I'm coming down like 3/4 of the way, protecting it. And probably going to see a big bounce there. If it can come and get past this point right here, it'll be a free fall, right? Because there's just this huge inefficiency right here. And I mean, that would be ideal, right? If it can get past this, and then it would just dump. So if they like really just do high volume, like to bury it underneath this right here, it should just free fall. And then you'll just hear it go ching, 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 all the way down. And then it'll hit like a level where it finds support. And then it'll probably just go back all the way back up. So that's why I say you got to check it like every hour, because it gets kind of crazy once it gets like to a support and it's doing like a drop like this. And it should be a lot faster than this is. It should just come down and just be like, and then stop and then just rocket ship back up. So anyways, hopefully that answers your question. I know that was kind of a roundabout. So 3445.6. Because the faster it is coming down, the faster it will be going up. Like, it's going to just be like, you'll just watch all of it disappear. So yeah, gold. I'm short gold. If it's super fast coming down, I'm expecting probably something to stop it in the middle here. If it's really slow and methodical, but it's not like coming up too hard, then it's possible it'll go deeper before I get out. I think your next big one is 3426.9. Two indecision candles on a 4 hour right there, holding that level. I mean, it'll be tough getting through that, I'm pretty sure. Anyway, it's not like I'm saying like we're bearish on gold, right? It just has to come down so it can go up, right? So I don't think that it's going to drop through the floor here. I think it's going to find like a really good support. If I had to guess, I would say that these two indecision candles right here together probably stand a pretty strong chance of reversing it if it gets this far. I don't think it's going to make it down here. I mean, it would have to be just like, just dumping, I think, to get to this point right here, which is a huge, your biggest inefficiencies right here in this range, 34. Let's just say 34.10 all the way down to 33.763. All right, let's see. This thing is taking forever to drop anyways. Let's go Q. I don't really like trading in Q as much. I like it, but it triggers my it makes me want to trade a lot more, like, because it's so emotional, right? It's so it gets me, it triggers me to jump in too many times. I get in trouble. But I used to kill it on NQ, but it's just so emotional. All right, so what we got here? Let's look at your daily. All right, so this is your daily, bullish as hell. I mean, just straight up. Where's your other side of your curve? That's the more important part right here. So this is what I like to do is I like to, we've already passed it. We're like way above it. Did I do it? It's not. All right. So since you're up here on this curve, right, you're bullish as hell, and you're starting to do this pain candle, like whipsawing. Let me go to a smaller time frame so it doesn't look like a mess. So this pattern right here, this is your most important part. So you have, oh no, I'll learn to draw one day. Find the right button. Oh, there it is. Okay. Can extend it like that. But, oh. All right. So, click. Thanks. This was a fail to get back to the channel. That's what caused it to spur out of this. This is a big, huge reaccumulation pattern. You're bullish on your reaccumulation here. You drop down to a less aggressive channel here. But you've also gone into expansion, right? And so you're grabbing liquidity, trying to make new high, grabbing liquidity, trying to hold support, and trying to make a new high. And so now you're about to pass this level right here. This would be a prime place to dump. All right, so you got a trident pattern here. And so you can see, I think it's this one. Yeah. You following me? Let's see if I can make this thicker so you can see it. You can see it there either. This is probably going to get me. GC is going up. All right, so there. Now you can see it. So you got to break a structure here, right, to the upside. Pull down there. You got to pull back down that didn't break your low there, so you're still bullish here. But whenever you have a reverse happen and you're basically bullish movement up, and then you start to go sideways, you break your previous high here, make a new high there, come down, give a reason to go back up, all right? So don't break the low, the previous low, which is here, which is where my orange box is down here. And that incites buyers. Well, it actually incites sellers because they think that it's going to short, right? But that creates the opportunity for buyers to step in and take it back up because it's a surge of volume, right? And so that causes this to push back up here. And so now it has to break this high in order for it to continue being bullish. But if it can't break the high, then it dumps. And so that's where you're at right now. Now look at all your candles. All your candles are pretty small, except for you got this little breakout candle here, which you're probably going to see something a lot like it on this candle that we're on right now. So if I go like this and measure that candle, and you might get it in two parts. Well, no, you had a starter candle on that one's here. So let's put it right here like this. So this is probably where price action fails at 23,939.50. Now your high is at 24,081.50. So it's very likely that you're going to get a wick in this area, And so if you get a wick that comes up here and then closes back under this line at, see if I can put a price. Yeah, I knew that was coming. Let's see. Tag. Well, you can't put a tag on. Oh, it's right there. 23,989.50 and 24,077.25. You can get a wick that goes and closes underneath 23,989.50. After making that wick, it most likely will dump. I mean, I say that, and then mine's going up right here too, because it's like I said, retail can get bullish here and decide that it needs to go up and stand behind this. But look at them; they're struggling to hold it up now. Now that they've got it here, look how heavy it's getting. And so that's one of the things. Give me one second. I'm going to flip back to this so I can get my entry. See, look at that. Which means that I'm probably going to get another push up into this area, and it's probably going to do just like I'm telling you right now. There's going to be a wick somewhere in this area once it's done, and then it'll dump. So let me go back to your NQ. And so here's a smaller version of what I was just telling you. This is your line right here, right? I'm on a 1 minute chart now, but you can see you just purged your high right here. There's nothing left up here. There is no liquidity up here. So if for some reason retail's chasing it, and trying to push it up, then yeah, they can get it up here and break this high, but there's nothing up here for big institution, right? Because you've purged it. There's no liquidity. There's nothing up there, because of this guy. And so, honestly, like if it gets in this area, and you want to break between your wicks to gauge what your last high is, but this is your last high over here, so that's why I drew that line there. So really, just anything between this line at 23,773.25 and 23,776.50, that's a wick that stops back underneath the high of the bodies here. That is going to be your guy. That's going to be your short. Now, if it closes up here, then it probably comes down, find support, and it can take off and just launch or do what mine's doing and just dawdle around and mess with people and take their stops because it's just not ready or whatever. Too many retail, too many people trying to buy and causing it to bounce around. I mean, it's possible that this could be your guy, but I don't know. I really want it. To me, I really want it above this line. I mean, it does go past this guy here, but your initial high is this guy over here. So this could be a fake high. Come down, grab liquidity, turn around, go right back up. Because I mean, even gapped up on this candle here, it's bullish in this area right here until it fails past this line right here. I think that's just me. And you're gone. Thanks. You're welcome. Oh, thanks, Scott. Appreciate it. No worries. Yeah. Thanks for taking the time to talk about it. Nah, don't worry about it. It's fine. Oh, thanks for letting me know you're leaving. I'm just gonna go back to my stock now that I've taken my time out. I'm just gonna go back and recover this. There was no pain bar here though. It was odd.
Order filled.
I don't know if this holds up. It did go up and come right back down, so that does count. Typically, I would put another one up here to try to retest that. It's pausing there. Yeah, double red right here. Nope, going back up. Right. Going down, which is
Stop filled.
wait for this to do this last run up. Where is the volume on this? Right across the loop, 475. Here. Oh, this is where the line in the sand is. It's just insane volume right here. Urged. Should get it done. Let's see if it'll go up, make one last high. I think it should. Getting back low, new high. Find support on top of this move. This is where it exploded outwards before. It's probably telling you it's right there. But there it is. It's higher than that. Over the overlap right here.
Order filled.
Right above this structure right here. The wick there. It's the high of my white box. Seconds. 5. Could explode upwards. Nope. It stopped as a doji. Okay, you know what? Why wouldn't it? There it goes. Yeah,
Order filled.
Might switch this up and start going long because it just doesn't look like it's going to drop from here. And if it does make a doji for 4-hour doji right here, then that's going to dump so hard after that. Keeps purging it so high. I was trying to get this target. If it does it one more time, I'm going to buy it at the low. Target this high up here, 3481.1.
Stop filled.
It closed above there. Gapping up too. It's like crazy. It does not have fear of heights. Let's back down above this area. Make a new high.
Order filled.
Oh, I keep doing this. How many bars is this? Welcome back. Still waiting for this thing. It does not look bearish at this point. It looks like it's about to take off and go into the stratosphere. This thing is just not dropping at all. I mean, the amount of shares that are dropping right now in the last 9 bars is actually starting to be dwarfed by the blue over the last 34. 26 ticks left. There's 26 contracts left to sell on this. It's going to close green. Possible indecision. 6 contracts left. 5. Closed as an indecision candle. It's the first indecision candle. True doji. Since back here. Like for real, for real. Where's this? $40. Oh, there's an inefficiency here. I didn't make it to the high. So the target's so I'm just gonna wait for a pullback before I get there. Mm. Oh, use that. All right, so I'm coming up with an idea here. We can get this thing to drop. If we do get it to drop, your target should be 3471.80. And the reason why is because this is the last point where your extreme bullishness slowed down, right? You have the expanding bars and it goes into like really short bar here, right? So this is where it stops being overly bullish. And then it goes into uncertainty from here on. And the reason why you know it's from here on is because it comes back and checks it here and finds support. And you have like a kind of like almost a it kind of respects this maybe, but not it takes this out by like one tick, I think. But that would be your last level of true support that you created as you went up. And so, I mean, technically you do have this indecision area right here. That would count as well. But if you're looking to target, I mean, because even at this right here, it's not really certain that this is a true support because it's, I mean, look at the wicks on both sides all the way up. This stopped flush. Here, solid support, boom, solid rebound out of it. And you got double highs here that were created. So, I mean, technically, it would stand to make a point here as well. There is something here. So maybe 3475.6 and 3471.8 is where you should be targeting if it'll go down. But I mean, it's just nothing but uncertainty from this point on down. We haven't had a true pain candle like this set up yet. It's been just kind of crawling here, going up higher and higher, but not really anything overwhelmingly bullish, I guess you can say. It's definitely exhausting itself out. And you're on the 1,000 tick chart here, and you can look at your bars are getting smaller as they go up. You get one bigger one here, and then it goes back to being small again. And if this red bar closes lower than this one here, then that's going to be it expanding on the red side. And so over this move right here, like it just will not slow up and drop. And it really hasn't done anything to prove that it's ready to go. I just keep jumping in up here because I want to have a smaller stop. I want to have a tighter stop than this. And it just keeps going up and breaking it. I mean, even this candle didn't close above this wick here. And then I did it on this one, pulled back and found support on top of that candle, and then used that to launch out again. But I think it was technically it was probably really spent right here, and it should have dropped down from there. Well, did get on the other account. Struggling on this one. He just cannot find a move. It's just gone into like contraction phase, I guess. I should probably just not trade this then. Because without expansion, there is no reason to trade it, right? Which it was moving pretty good until like we got into this area. I mean, if anything's expanding to the upside, it ain't expanding to the downside at all. I guess I should have been looking at that. He's just crawling so slow. When is this bar finish? 47 seconds. And it's like just gonna hang out for fucking ever.
Order filled.
And go ahead and enter my other one. Got a longer time frame trade here, so it'll move slower than the other one, supposedly. Reason to have it higher. Put it like box. So just as a point of reference here, I have a channel put in here. I did this for a reason so you can see where it fails. It didn't hit the high there. But this is where it hit the bottom, so it should be hitting the high on this candle here. It's not. So this would be a fail. It's the bottom again, tries to go back up and hit it again. It could go higher here, but technically it would still fail if it doesn't hit the upper band. Then typically it'll push to push even with the last push down. So where it hit here, it might try to hold like an angle here. First time, the second time it would push down to this last low right here to be a sideways bounce. It's kind of like this. If your angle's too high and you can't climb up the hill anymore, but there's a path that is more flat for you to regain your strength, you would take the flat path, right? Until you're ready to go back up the hill or to find another path that's slightly less steep than this one. So that's what it's doing right now, is it's trying to adjust its path. Well, it's trying to figure out whether or not it can stay in this path. And if not, then it's going to try to adjust the path and create another, like a lower high at a different angle, basically. Or it might just go sideways altogether. Or it might end up turning downwards and saying, I just can't do this at all. I'm going to tumble down this hill. Right? So blue is starting to push down away from red. Really know what that means, but watch this. Close past the low of this last bullish candle here. It needs to be a point of reference that it's an orb, basically candle. Or can you move do text? This is the area it said that it was going to hit first that we'd have to get through. So unless it gets really bearish and bulldozes through this, it goes on the other side. It's most likely going to try to bounce. Yeah, it's a breakout high, breakout low. It's called thinking. This is a small version of that right here. Price action is not able to pass this high. And then expands this little guy here, and then pushes down below the low. If you're a trend here, even though it's not breaking this low, it's still expanding past the low here. And small pain candle here, ends of the doji, which is a perfect close, expands to the upside instead. Goes into contraction here, and then starts expanding again. Another pain candle here, here. Goes back to the upside, fails to break out past the high, and starts expanding to the downside. Look at the yeah, you guys should have been shorting this all day long. Completely just bullish. And I knew that back here. You know, so this can go to do a math up here. Go back into this. Go ahead, put this here. This is my contraction phase here. I'll push down. Kind of what happens now. Probably going to reverse this trade. It's going to be this. One. Behind this box here. I'm going to do a box. This is my fair market value. Hello. What are you looking at today? I'm looking for manipulation to this high. He's trying to sell off right here, and just need to close it when it gets to 10. Got 9 minutes left with those, kind of is premature. We need to just close it. Doesn't be able to get up there. This would be a fail if it gets back to try to get back into this thing. It doesn't touch it. That would cause it to spur down. So I did say it was going to go even with this left on here. I just missed it a little bit. I did get even with this game here. Did miss it right here as well. So that's another miss. Do a little bit of liquidity grab right there. And then it's probably going to short.
No.
8 hours. Yep. Okay. 3.
Where's the pill?
Last 1.7% on this volume. We're going to try to make a pop here to try to break the high. Got a flat edge here. Bars. I'm going to keep pretty good. Pretty good shot. We're in a board trade right now, so pretty good shot. It's going to go up and make a higher high. So if you look here, not that either. There. You can look here. There's a volume profiles there on the right. You can tell that the shorter cycle is higher than the longer cycle. So a lot of probably a lot of shorting going on right here. So it's trying to break through this. Retail's trying to break through this. And I got these two cycles here that are flush across the top here. So no breakout to the high over 18 bars. And you got this one mini cycle here. That's failing to break above the higher low. That's an orb. So that's setting like an orb trade right there. You're going to see a candle go up here and try to break out, and most likely leave a wick above here or fail and close back down into this, or it closes above this, and it's probably going to continue to go after it retests this support area right here, low of this box. So I like this.
Order filled.
Arco, I know you traded this. I guess he's trying to make it realistic. I made $1,000 trade today using his methodology and Will Street's methodology. Don't make it sound like that's a lot, which is good. Like, don't let me lie. You're pulling that out and spinning it, then kudos to you. But still, it's not that great. All right, so expecting this to fail right here. Got all these wicks right here. It's been slowing down so much, so I don't really expect it to continue. Just green bar failed to break above this red bar or close above the red bar. So this is a liquidity grab right here. It failed to hit this trend line right here as well. Failing again to hit the trend line there. So triple fails right there in a row. It can't stay up here forever and not hit this trend line without dipping. So it's going to come down right here. And I'm going to get in on my
Order filled.
right there. Let's see. Let's see if trend channel rules work. So to give you the full rundown here, and it can come all the way back up and hit this trend line right here. Try to get back inside. But as you can see here, we've been tapping it as we go up. And we missed it here, here, and then came down to the bottom. Just resets us to go back up. Missed it here. Now we pushed it outside of the trend line. Retested this low right here to go horizontal, like a horizontal path right here to make it less aggressive, and then try to give it a chance to reclaim this channel up here. And so they get fails to even close past the high of the red candle that pushed in. And then the next candle fails to reach the trend channel again. So now we have a double fail here, triple fail really, to get back into this trend channel. And if you're only counting like the move up, this one here, two lines, bars, whatever candles, failing to get back into the trend. So then this naturally has to come down and at least come down to the bottom of this candle, which it did already. So now, is it going to just stop here and then use that as liquidity to go try to go back up to the high, or is it going to manipulate it and go to the low? I got this white box here, which is mapping out like the your expansion, I guess you can say here. And so it expanded to the downside earlier down here. And so the bottom of this blue box really is where it technically should go next, because it failed to go to the high of this white box over here. And because it failed to go here, then it should give it back more over here. And if it doesn't, then it ends up coming back into this direction. So this failed to go down right there. So it is possible this reverses. Because it's supposed to be grabbing liquidity here. And so what this one did was it moved past the low of this this wick, high of this wick, and grab liquidity. This one should go past the low of this wick as well. If it doesn't, then that makes it more bullish than it is bearish. That means it's probably going to try to make another run to try to break that high. And I'll tell you what I've been waiting. I've been waiting for this thing to slow down and dump. And when I say slow down, it time stopped. It's so slow. So I'm thoroughly over waiting for it. That was the liquidity grab there. I would be interested to see. Yep. How did it get me there? What it looks like on a time frame. I wish I could just rotate through these with a button. So 5 minutes. So that stopped right there, short of getting to this one here, but it's still got 9 seconds. So now it took 3 bars for it to get up here. I don't know what's going on with it. I'm up $200 now. I was down $350 because of the just sloppy price action, choppy and not dropping when it was supposed to. And constantly trying to go up. It took a lot longer than I anticipated for it to shake out all the buyers. So this could be going up in. I don't believe it's going up, so I'm not going to trade it up. This is your value right here. So right now we are kind of doing this, going into a pennant or a wedge here, because each side double inside turn means it didn't extend past the high or the low on this move, and its purpose is to expand, not contract. So now it's going to go into a point here and then probably break out in the opposite one of the directions. Not doing really well on this account here. I mean, I'm not doing bad. It's only up, but still, I'm not getting any runs. Ever since I stopped trading the other account, the market just died, literally died. It's just now getting to where it's starting to expand again, I guess, maybe, but now it's trying to contract again right here. So if it doesn't break past this high and it doesn't break past this low, then we're probably stuck in this for another, for the rest of the trading day, because we're already at 4 o'clock and it's not even moving. Usually at 4 o'clock it starts moving. In the odds, you got your red candle going for a high and you got the green candle going for a low. Completely opposite of what it should be doing, which is by design. They want you to, they want you to see it red and then try to short it. Obviously they induced buying when it was up there at the high and then turned it around and made it red. And then they induced selling and they turned around and made it green. Red. That was blue. This blue is down. And there, now you've got this little sideways action again, which is the same as what this was here. Just a little bit bigger. Another master pattern. Boom. It's the exact same one. It's just trading into it. Here's your move. Good. You do have this. There's this. This one. The chevron. So if this follows suit, then you're probably going to get triple wicks here. This. So you're going to see this connect here. And then that's going to come down and erase your last bullish candle to get rid of all this consolidation. That would be this guy here. I already kind of did that. So it might end up being this guy here then. And this is your target. And use this thing. And right here. So if it comes down like this, it's been a whole day. No, not. I hate when people make videos about shit that's like basic as fuck. Like, okay, this is a bar. Thank you. Thanks for that. Double top here.
Order filled.
We're just failing to make new highs altogether. Possible we get one with the wick here that goes up. But why? Look at this move. says the buy zone or value area, I guess, whatever. Generating out of this move. Looking down, see if it'll continue. Boring. Throat killing me. Cutting back through the value area. It made more move to the downside of this candle than it did to the upside. So now if this candle makes it past the low of this candle here, then we're more bearish. If it stops here, it's more bullish. Pretty simple, right? At this point, when it stops here, or when it gets here, that's basically balanced on this move. Pushed it down, small candle in the middle, pushed up, back to neutral here. Now just past this right here, so that makes it more bearish. Here's what's going on is your lows are being wedged higher, right? So the bars are being smushed into to a wedge, and the top here isn't moving at all, right? So technically, it's not really bullish at all. It's bearish, but they're wedging it to kind of force it to expel its energy in the other direction. So it's possible this squeezes out and pops to the upside here. God knows why, but is the truth. And squeeze down instead, you might do a reaccumulation. A lot of times when you get a wedge, it pops out one way and goes the other. So there's always that. This sucks because I know it's going to dump after hours. It's a big institution. Why would they want to run it up? Unless they're just trying to take profits and get out of position, but it's going to dump at some point. It's possible they run it up to get profits and then dump it, I guess, because it's here. And maybe that's why they're stalling it, so they don't have to drive it up so far. Painful. $24.3. Four minutes and 43 seconds left on 5. It's basically the same chart. 377 ticks. 16.7 left from that. It's bullish looking there. 4 minutes and 2 seconds. Super boring right now. I mean, like for the last hour and a half, 2 hours, it's just been miserable. Hey Siri,